Welcome to our another game show decade. Salute to the decades of game shows. On today's show, we are going back to these guys. It's our To Tell the Truth Decades Marathon, and it's coming up next.
What is your name, please?
My name is Marlene Bauer Hagee.
What is your name, please?
My name is Marlene Bauer Hagee.
What is your name, please?
My name is Marlene Bauer Hagee.
Two of these people are imposters. Only one of them is the real Marlene Bauer Hagee and is the only one sworn to tell the truth. Now, here is our host, Bud Collier.
Hello again. Welcome once more to Tell the Truth. Brought to you each week by Geritol, America's #1 tonic. The high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast. And now may I introduce our panel to you. What is your name, please?
My name is Polly Bergen.
My name is Don Amici.
My name is Joan Bennett.
And my name is Hy Gardner.
Joan, may I take this moment to welcome you officially and tell you how glad we are to have you on our panel tonight?
Thank you very much.
And Hy, as for you, welcome back from Europe, lad.
Well, thank you, lad.
Good to have you back. Now, as for these three young ladies, they all claim to be Marlene Bauer Hagee. Of course, only one is the real Marlene Hagee. The others have merely assumed that identity, and they're the ones that do not have to stick to the truth. Panel, in front of you will find, I trust, copies of an affidavit. If you please follow along while I read it. I, Marlene Bauer Hagee, am a professional golfer. I have been playing tournament golf for more than 10 years. I hold the all-time women's record for money won in a single year. In 1956, I won 8 major golfing titles, including the World's Championship and the Ladies' PGA Championship. When I was 15 years old, I was elected the Woman Athlete of the Year. Signed, Marlene Bauer Hagee. Now, panel, as you heard, these three ladies all claim to be Marlene Bauer Hagee, professional golfer. Only the real Marlene Hagee is required to answer your questions truthfully. And as usual, you will question until you hear this signal. At the end of the questioning period, you will be asked to register your vote for the one who, in your opinion, is the real Marlene Hagee. And let's start the questioning tonight with Don Amici. Don?
I'd like to start, Bud, but I'm sure that Marlene Bauer Hagee doesn't remember, but I have met her at some
do you want to disqualify yourself?
I must disqualify myself.
Oh, too bad. All right, Don, graciously put. Then we'll start with...
I could try.
We'll start with Joan Bennett. Joan?
Number 1, it says here that you won the Ladies' PGA Championship. What does that mean?
Well, it's the championship for the ladies of the LPGA organization.
So you tried to get rid of abbreviations and you got more.
I'll leave that alone. Number 2, what kind of equipment do you use?
Well, officially, to play in a tournament, you can only have 14 clubs. And it's in preference, really. You can either take 5 woods or 4 woods. I myself take 4 woods and 9 irons and a putter.
Number 3, it says you hold the all-time women's record for money won in a single year. How much was that?
About 20,850, but I'm afraid you're going to have to check with the Internal Revenue boys.
Number 1, you're such a little girl. How much does your bag weigh, your golf bag?
I don't know the exact weight. I don't carry it.
Number 2, have you played on any golf courses in Los Angeles?
I have, yes.
Hi, Gardner.
I think I'll have to disqualify myself. I once met Don Amici. Number 1, what does your caddy weigh?
It varies.
It varies. Number 3, who was a girl named Whiffy?
An English girl, Margaret Smith.
Uh-huh. Number 2, approximately, what are the odds against making a hole-in-one?
Oh, they're great, believe me. They're terrific. There's one fellow, Wells, he has about 34. I've never had one. I've come about that close, but never.
Number 1, would you know what the percentage is, approximately?
No, I
Number
wouldn't.
3?
I wouldn't have the vaguest idea, sir.
Uh-huh. Number 3, where is the famous golf course called Tam O'Shanter?
Chicago, Niles, Illinois, about 14 miles northwest.
Uh-huh.
Polly?
Number 2, what is the first title you won?
Well, the first title I won was kind of funny, really. It was a boys' junior championship out in Carmel Valley. I was the only girl. I was 10 when I played there.
Well, at that age, it didn't really make too much difference.
No, not really, don't.
Number 3, is there such a thing as a 7.5 iron?
No, ma'am. If there is, I haven't heard about it.
Number 2, is there such a thing
No,
as a 7.5
not that I
iron?
know.
Number 3, you have a sister who is a professional golfer, don't you?
Yes, Miss Bergen, I do. Alice Bowden.
I see. Is she still playing professionally?
Yes, indeed, she is.
What is her name, number 2?
Alice.
Alice. Number 2, there is a female golfer, professional golfer, very young girl, who was married to a young movie actor. What is her name?
She offhand.
Number 1, could you tell me the name?
No, I don't believe so.
That's it. It's time now to vote, panel, without consultation, even with Don Amici. Just mark your ballots, if you will, and select thereby number 1, number 2, or number 3. Remember, the team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. With that in mind, Polly, have you marked your ballot?
Yes, I have, but I voted for number 1 because I know that there are some professional golfers who use irons in the halves, 7.5, 8.5.
But you never asked number 1.
Well, number 2 and number 3 both said no, there weren't.
You just assumed that number 1 was...
I didn't want to waste my time asking her.
All right, Don, we'll have to skip over you, but that brings us to Joan. Joan Bennett?
I voted for number 2. She seemed to have a slight recognition in her eye for Don Amici, but she would anyway. I was so prompt in answering the question.
You were looking for that glint, I think. Hi, Gardner, your vote, please.
Well, I remained orderly. I voted number 3. Number 3, New Whiffy Smith, Tam O'Shanter, and always, I've been playing golf, not trying to, for a great many years, and they always say, keep your head up, and her head hasn't been down since she said that.
All right, there you have it. Our rhymes and our reasons. We've told you how we have voted, and let's see how it compares with your voting at home. As we find out right now which one of these very attractive ladies is the real professional golfer. So will the real Marlene Bauer Hagee please stand up? Thank you very much, Marlene. Now, number 2, would you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
Yes, my name is Suzanne Tiley, and I'm a stewardess for National Airlines. Airline and Star.
And number 3, what about you?
My name is Pamela Stewart. I'm a tennis pro at George W. Harry's Boulevard Gardens Tennis Courts in Woodside.
Well, as you can see by checking, there were 2 incorrect votes, actually, and we count Don's disqualification as another one. That means 3 incorrect votes at $250 each, for a total, ladies, of $750 from Geritol. Thanks very much. Hope you had fun. We enjoyed having you here. Good night and good luck.
Stay tuned.
We have our next team of challengers, please.
What is your name, please?
My name is Ted Geisler.
What is your name, please?
My name is Ted Geisel.
What is your name, please?
My name is Ted Geisel.
All right, panel, once again, will you take a look at the copy of the affidavit in front of you now? I, Ted Geisel, am perhaps better known to the juvenile reading public as Dr. Seuss. I am the creator and illustrator of one of the most famous advertising campaigns of all time, Quick Henry the Flit. More recently, I created Gerald McBoing Boing, who became the hero of the 1950 Academy Award-winning cartoon. I am known primarily, however, as the author and illustrator of 15 children's books which feature weird and wonderful animals. My current bestseller, The Cat in the Hat, has sold so far almost 250,000 copies. Signed, Ted Geisel. And now, panel, we have 3 gentlemen, each one claiming to be Ted Geisel or Dr. Seuss. So we'll start this cross-examination with Hi Gardner. Hi?
Well, I'm glad to meet 3 doctors who specialize in a miracle drug called laughter. I think it's the most important drug we have. Number 1, I've got a friend named Don Harold. What does he do?
Don Harold? I don't know him.
Do you know him, number 2?
Don Harold is a cartoonist, advertising man.
Uh-huh. Number 3, do you know him?
I know Don Harold is a cartoonist. He used to do cartoons for the New Yorker. Now he does advertising.
Number 2, what 2 comic strip artists had a terrific personal feud going until one of them died?
I don't reckon. That is, comic strips are not exactly my field. I'm more or less in books, and I don't remember this.
Number 3, would you know?
No, I wouldn't know.
Number 1?
No.
Number 2, what cartoonist won a Pulitzer Prize?
Rollin Kirby.
Polly?
Number 1, name the woman who wrote the Academy Award-winning Gerald McBoing Boing cartoon.
Hammer. Barbara Hammer.
Number 2, it says that your what you call that, your writing name is Dr. Seuss. Why did you pick that particular name? Any particular reason?
It's a complete phony. That's my middle name, and I put the doctor in front of it.
Oh, Seuss is your middle name. I see. Number 3, do you write, you illustrate and write, I know, do you write in verse or just straight story form?
Practically always in verse.
Number 1, your cartoons your illustrations are famous for very wild animals. Which is your favorite of all the animals you've ever done?
Oh, Yertle the Turtle.
Yertle the Turtle?
Number 2, who publishes your books?
Random House.
Number 2, how much are you paid for each book?
You're not paid. You take a chance and get royalties.
You take a chance and get royalties. What is your royalty on each book?
Differs in each book. You go from 10 to 12.5 to 15%.
Number 3, how many books go out in one printing?
About 100,000.
100,000. Number 2, how long before your book will go into public domain?
The 2 terms of 14 years.
2 terms of 14. Number 3, how much is an advertising agency paid?
I don't know.
Number 2?
How much an advertising agency pay for
Paid.
what?
How much are they paid? What is the basis for their pay?
For artists?
No.
Sorry.
We'll have to move along. Joan Bennett.
I didn't understand.
Number 1, when you did the Flip campaign, who was your advertising agency?
McCann Erickson.
Number 2, who is the president of Random House?
Bennett, sir.
Number 3, how many pages are there in The Cat in the Hat?
22.
It says here you draw weird animals. Describe a weird animal, number 3.
A weird animal may have more than the usual number of legs, or it may have the head of a bird and the body of a mammal.
Number 1, name another one besides Yertle the Turtle.
Oh, flannel mouth yit.
Good a time as any to stop with the flannel mouth, I think, and it's time to vote once more. So again, without consultation, panel, will you please mark your ballots? And select number 1, number 2, or number 3. All set early tonight, huh, Polly? For whom did you vote?
It's one of those things where I had a hunch from the beginning, and I must say that after the questioning, I leaned toward number 2, but my hunch was number 1. There's something about his smile that's very similar to a cat drawing that he did.
Cat with the body of a bird, perhaps.
Yeah.
Don Amici, your vote, please.
I voted for number 3. In my opinion, and I felt that he gave more correct answers to the few technical questions that were asked.
Okay, Joan, your vote?
I voted for number 1.
Any...
Seems to me.
You saw the same cat, did you? All right, High Gardner, your selection.
Well, I voted for number 2 because it doesn't look like a cartoon in the first place. In the second place, he knew Don Harold, and Don Harold did do illustrations primarily for advertising, and I sort of think it's number 2.
Okay, there we have it now. As we've made our minds up, we'll find out whether we're right or wrong right now as we discover which one of these gentlemen is the real Dr. Seuss. So will the real Ted Geisel please stand up? Thank you, sir, very much. Number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you do?
I'm Burton Brown. I'm the president of the Gaslight Club. That's a gentleman's club with branches in New York and Chicago and presently in Washington.
And number 3, would you tell us who you are?
My name is Tom Jukes. I am a research chemist for American Cyanamid Company.
Yes, you have a quick question, High?
Yes, I'd like to ask number 1. You run the Gaslight Club. Do you see any of the animals he draws?
Good answer that question. In checking up quickly, we see that there were 3 incorrect votes at $250 each, again for a total of $750 from Share-a-Doll, gentlemen. Profitable evening and a profitable one for us having met you. Good night and good luck. We'll meet a new team of challengers in just a moment.
State.
Now may we meet our 3rd team of challengers, please. What is your name, please?
My name is B.C. Putnam.
What is your name, please?
My name is B.C. Putnam.
What is your name, please?
My name is B.C. Putnam.
Again, panel, will you follow along with your copies of this affidavit as I read from the original? I, B.C. Putnam, have been a letter carrier for 27 years. In addition to the thousands of miles I have covered on my route, I have walked more than 50,000 miles in pursuit of my hobby, hiking. In the course of my travels, I have been bitten by snakes, attacked by wild pigs, fallen off cliffs, and worn out more than 100 pairs of boots and shoes. I once discovered a breed of midget horses only 3 feet tall. I am the only man in history to have walked through the entire length of the Grand Canyon. Signed, B.C. Putnam.
Get in touch with Game Show Network. Log on to our website and play our games or email us your questions and comments. It's www.gameshownetwork.com or drop us a line via snail mail. Our address is Game Show Network, Post Office Box 805, Culver City, California, 90232.
Now, panel, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be, as you heard, B.C. Putnam, hiking mailman. Let's begin this round with Joan Bennett. Joan?
Number 1, what weekly magazine gave a spread to the midget horses?
I don't know.
Number 2?
Life.
Number 3, how many miles are covered in walking through the Grand Canyon?
On my trip, I covered 149 miles.
Can you repeat the post office slogan that starts out... Number 3, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Neither rain nor hail nor sleet shall deter the letter carrier in his regular performance of his duty.
Number 2, you wear on your mailman uniform an insignia. Can you tell me what that is?
The Pony Express.
Hi, Gardner.
Little ponies? 3-feet ponies? Where did you see the 3-feet ponies, number 2?
In the western part of the canyon.
Where are they now?
Well, some of them still in there. You're not allowed to pick them out.
I think they're the type that Joey Lewis would bet on. Number 1, what post office do you work out of?
Texarkana, Texas.
Texarkana, Texas. What 2 states is that between?
Arkansas and Texas.
How close, sir, is that to the Mexican border?
About 1,000 miles.
About 1,000 miles. Number 3, in what post office, or what do you call the post office jargon for the word Nix? What does that mean?
That means letters that are undeliverable by the letter carriers.
Undeliverable. What illustration number 2 is on a special delivery stand?
But it says special delivery.
Polly Bergen.
Number 1, your name is B.C. Putnam. What does the B.C. stand for?
B stands for Brooke, and C stands for Charles.
Brooke
My
Charles.
friends say they stand for bunions and calluses.
Number 3, it says that you have been attacked by wild pigs. Where did you see these wild pigs?
They were down in the Superstition Mountains out of Phoenix.
I see. Have you ever been attacked by any wild dogs or regular dogs? I know you've been bitten by snakes and pigs and everything.
I've been bitten by dogs this time.
By dogs, too. Number 2, did they discover where these 3-feet horses came from? How they were developed?
Well, it's probably horses had been brought over 100 years ago from Spain, and they were down in this canyon, and through inbreeding, and the vegetation they had to eat is very sparse there, so they just got smaller all the time.
All they needed all the time was a little Geritol. Don?
Number 1, did the Army ever fly the mail?
Yes, sir.
Number 2, for how long?
Just a few weeks.
Number 1, can a mailman today defend himself against a dog?
Yes, sir.
In what way, number 2?
With a weapon or such as
Number
a
2,
cane.
in what way?
Well, they can put it up to the people that they won't even deliver the mail to them.
Number 3, what's the quickest remedy for a snake bite?
Snake bite is to put a turnkey on and keep the blood from getting into
That's it, panel. Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds, and it's time once again to vote. So without consultation, will you please cast your ballots for number 1, number 2, or number 3? Okay, Polly, all set? For whom did you vote?
I voted for number 2 because when they were walking down the steps, he looked more like his feet hurt.
John, what was your selection this time?
I'm voting for number 1. I'm using intuition that I don't have.
And Joan, your selection?
I voted for number 2 because I thought he was so quick with the correct answer.
And who do you think is the real one, Hi?
Well, I thought it was number 2, but I voted for number 3 for sentimental reasons. He looks like Phil Silvers without a sponsor.
Yeah, he does. All right. You've heard our reasons. How did yours work out? Let's see. As we find out now which one of these gentlemen is the real hiking mailman. So will the real B.C. Putnam please stand up? Number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you do, please?
My name is Shelby Williams. I'm a private detective and a partner of the Schindler Bureau of Investigation.
And number 2, what about you, sir?
My name is Dr. J.Y. Henderson. I'm the veterinarian for the Ringling Brothers Barn and Blazer Circus.
I expect you've treated some real fancy animals there. Well, gentlemen, we've had really a $750 night tonight because once again there were 3 incorrect votes at $250 each for a total of $750 in Geritol. Good night, sirs, and good luck to you.
Stay tuned.
Well, guess we've come to the end of another perfect evening, panel. Hope everybody had fun. It was nice having you back high. And again, a welcome to you, Joan. Hope you had fun on the show tonight. A bit of a reminder, which I think you don't really need by now, all of you, and that is to watch the Polly Bergen show on Saturday night. Well worth watching. I guess that's about it, panel, so good night to you all.
Good night.
Good night, Bud.
And this is Bud Collier saying good night from Geritol and reminding all of you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production, in association with the CBS television network. Sounds worn by the Lady Golfers came from Dorothy, 58th Street, New York City.
We discover...
What is your name, please?
My name is William D. Hackett.
What is your name, please?
My name is William D. Hackett.
What is your name, please?
My name is William D. Hackett.
Two of these people are imposters. Only one of them is the real William D. Hackett, and is the only one sworn to tell the truth. And here, beginning our second year on the air, is the host of To Tell the Truth, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much, and good evening, and welcome once again to our game of deliberate misrepresentation, wherein our panel endeavors to figure out which one of three challengers has sworn to tell the truth. To Tell the Truth is brought to you each week by Geritol, America's #1 tonic, a high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast. And now let's meet our cross-examiners. What is your name, please?
My name is Polly Bergen.
My name is Ralph Bellamy.
My name is Kitty Carlisle.
And my name is Hy Gardner.
Incidentally, Ralph Bellamy has taken time out from rehearsals of his new Broadway play, Sunrise at Campobello, to be with us just one more time as we start on our second year. Of course, it gives us an opportunity to wish you the best of a big success, Ralph, when you open in January on Broadway.
Thank you, Bud.
Sure nice to have you with us. Now, remember, these three gentlemen all claim to be William D. Hackett. Only one, of course, is the real William D. Hackett. The other two have merely assumed that identity, and they do not have to stick to the truth. Panel, may I call your attention to your copies of an affidavit, which you'll find before you, and ask you to follow along as I read it. I, William D. Hackett, am a captain in the United States Army. I have spent 5 years on Alaskan duty and served during World War II with the United States Mountain Troops. I am a mountain climbing specialist. I have made more than 500 major ascents in 12 countries. I am the only man in the world to have climbed to the highest point on 5 different continents. I have been selected as a member of the United States team, which in 1959 will attempt Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world. Signed, William D. Hackett. Incidentally, this is the very first public announcement that the Nepalese government has granted permission for a United States team of mountain climbers to try this perilous ascent of Mount Everest. Now, panel, these three gentlemen all claim to be William D. Hackett, mountaineer. Only the real William Hackett is required to answer your questions truthfully. And as usual, you will each question until you hear this signal. At the end of the questioning period, you'll be asked, as usual, also to vote for the one who, in your opinion, is the real William D. Hackett. And we'll begin our questioning tonight with our returnee, Ralph Bellamy. Ralph?
Well, I suppose it would be interesting to find out, number one, why do you climb mountains?
A very classic answer to that would be to utter the words of George Leigh Mallory, because it is there.
Number two, have you got an answer to that?
That's the same answer.
All right, and I suppose number three, Alaska. Number one, what is the furthest west populated area in Alaska?
The
furthest west.
Your question is not quite clear. The furthest west?
The populated area that's the furthest west.
The city you're speaking of, Nome.
No. Kitty Carlisle.
Number 3, what's the most dangerous part of climbing up a mountain?
Most dangerous part of climbing up a mountain is overconfidence and rappelling, as a matter of fact.
Repelling?
Repelling.
Repelling
or descending a mountain.
Huh?
Descending a mountain.
Oh, descending is the most dangerous part of climbing up.
Correct.
Oh, that's interesting. Number 2, what is a Sherpa?
What is a Sherpa?
Uh-huh.
A Sherpa is a person who lives in Nepal,
Uh-huh.
who is a guide, has been a guide.
Thank you. Number 1, what is a speleologist?
One who explores caves.
Number 3, what is the technical term for mountain climbing as opposed to speleology?
Mountain climbing.
Mountain. Hi, Gardner.
Number 1, what is the highest mountain that you ever climbed?
Mount Aconcagua.
Where's that?
In Argentina.
Number 1, where in the world is a mountain called University Peak?
In Alaska.
Number 2, what is the highest mountain in the continental United States?
Oh, that's Mount Whitney.
Number 3, about how high is Mount Whitney?
20,000 feet.
20,000. Number 1, how high is Mount Whitney?
14,400.
Number 2?
14,496.
Polly Bergen.
Number 1, what are those little pointed steel things that they dig into mountains that hold the rope on?
Pitons.
Beg your pardon?
Pitons.
Pitons. Number 2, do you really tie each other to each other with the rope when you're climbing?
Yes, 3 men on a rope.
Don't you get depending an awful lot on the other?
You always do.
And what if there's one that's clumsy?
Never cut the rope.
Check to make sure everybody's agile before you start up these things.
You're supposed to climb with competent climbers.
Is it really more safe, number 3, for them to be tied together? Can you save someone if they start to fall?
Okay, that's it, panel. It's time to vote. So without consultation, will you please mark your ballots? And in doing so, select, of course, number 1, number 2, or number 3. And of course, remember, the team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. All right, panel? In fact, I should say, all right, Polly, you all set?
Yes.
Whom did you vote?
I voted for number 2 because he had a couple of foreign definitions that Kitty threw at him. I don't know whether they're right or not, but he said something. And the mustache is fascinating.
Just hear the wind whistling through it.
I can really.
Ralph, what about your choice?
Number 2. I faltered between 1 and 2, but I think 2 was closer to the height of Mount Whitney, if I remember.
Kitty?
Number 2, I must say it was the mustache that did it.
And how about you, Hi?
Well, I voted for number 1. I thought it was number 3, but number 1 did have a few answers I liked, and I noticed that he was wearing a wedding ring. And despite that fact, I voted for him because I don't think that any man who is married to any woman who wants him around would let him go mountain climbing.
What about the other 2 men on that rope?
That's something else again.
All right, there we have it now, our votes and the reasons why we voted the way we did. Let's see how well our panel did as we discover which of these 3 gentlemen is the mountaineer. Will the real William D. Hackett please stand up?
I'm going to make my husband shave off his mustache.
And send him up the nearest mountain.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Number 2, would you tell us who you really are and what you do with that mustache?
I don't do anything with a mustache. My name is Bruce Learned, and at the moment I'm an account executive with the public relations and advertising firm Jones, Brakely, and Rockwell in New York.
Thank you, sir. Number 3, what about you?
My name is Alexander H. Myers. I'm an educational advisor with the Alexander Hamilton Institute.
Thanks to you, too, sir. Well, as you can see, there were exactly 3 incorrect votes at $250 each for a total, gentlemen, of $750 from Geritol. Thank you very much. Hope you had fun. Good night and good luck.
What is your name, please?
My name is Al Harrington.
What is your name, please?
My name is Al Harrington.
What is your name, please?
My name is Al Harrington.
All right, panel, you can close your mouths now. And follow along, if you will, with your copies of this affidavit. I, Al Harrington, am a native of the Samoan Islands. I am working my way through college as a professional dancer specializing in Polynesian dancing. I also play football. I'm first-string halfback, and this year I was one of the leading ground gainers in the Pacific Coast Conference. Signed, Al Harrington. All right, panel, these gentlemen all claim to be Al Harrington, Polynesian dancer and football player. Remember, only the real Mr. Harrington is required to answer your questions truthfully. And, well, since this spot is Polynesian, let's begin with Polly Bergen.
Oh. Bye, George. Number 1, what is the middle name, Al stand for?
Albert.
Albert.
Yes.
Number 2, what does Al stand for?
Alvin.
Oh. Number 3?
Alfred.
I could have practically. Number 1, what is your average yardage per carry?
Oh, about 5.1.
Number 2, what is your average?
I really couldn't tell you.
Number 3, could you tell me?
About 3.5.
3.5. Number 1, could you tell me what position does Hugh McElhaney play?
I really couldn't tell you.
Number 2?
Right half.
Ralph?
Number 1, can you say in Polynesian, I'm happy to be on the Tell the Truth program tonight?
Well, in Polynesian, we don't have a word for truth. It's a language all by itself. And actually, the vocabulary is very limited.
All right, say I'm happy to be on this show tonight.
Su vale vale.
Number 2, will you ever go at it? Number 3.
Su vale vale.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 1, is Harrington an old Samoan name?
No, it isn't. It's Irish.
It's Irish. Oh. Number 2, who discovered Samoa? Well, number 3, who discovered Samoa?
I don't know.
Do you know number 1?
I'll go along with the rest of them.
What did you say?
I said I'll go along with the rest of them.
Oh, you go along with the rest. Do you, number 2, do you do gestures like they do in Hawaiian dancing and Polynesian dancing?
In Hawaiian dancing, the gestures take a definite meaning.
And in Samoan dancing, do they?
In Samoan dancing is a dance more or less that expresses just happiness.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Number 2, what does the valley valley mean?
Well, it's a word with many definitions, sir.
It's like kimosabi.
Number 1, what do they call that skirt you're wearing?
That's what we call lover lover.
And what do you call it, number 2?
A lover.
That's enough of that. Number 3, what do the other members of your football team call you when they see you wearing that skirt?
Should I answer?
No, don't. But once again, it's time to vote. So without consultation, panel, will you please mark your ballots? And as usual, select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Holly, you all set already? Okay, for whom did you vote, Polly?
I voted for number 1
Because when I asked him about his average yardage per carriage, he came up with a possible answer, and I would feel that the man who was one of the leading ground gainers would certainly know his average,
All right, Ralph?
Number 1. I haven't got much of a reason. I think he looks more like a football player, and I realize it didn't say very much. But
Kitty, your selection?
Number 1. I like Belly Belly.
I don't think I like that double talk. All right, what was your choice?
Yes, I did. I voted for number 1 because of the double talk. I think he looks like the kind of a guy who can wiggle out of anything.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the votes are all in. Now,
they're all wrong.
will you three gentlemen please come out and stand in front of your respective desks, please? Now, this is Al Harrington's Samoan ceremonial sword, and it has a razor-sharp edge. All right, gentlemen? Now, will the real Al Harrington please do his sword dance? What'd you say, Polly?
I said I think he should be ashamed to not know his average ground yardage.
Well, as you can see, he's probably too busy cutting up.
No, come on.
Thank you very much, Al. Number 1, you're the one who got all the votes. Could you tell us who you really are and what you do?
My name is Kelvin Kai. I'm a cadet at the United States Merchant Marine Academy, located at Kings Point, Long Island.
And how about you, number 3?
My name is Leonard Galore. I'm a floor captain at the Luau 400 restaurant here in New York City.
Thank you, sir. Well, boy, I tell you, you did very well tonight. You cleaned up. Since the panel was defeated entirely, it means there were $1,000 for 4 incorrect votes given to you by Geritol. Divide it, and thank you very much for being with us. Good night. Good luck. Oh, boy, that was a good one. Don't you dare, Polly. We'll meet a new set of challenges in just a moment.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Dwyer.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Dwyer.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Dwyer.
Panel, once again, may I direct your attention to your copies of this affidavit? I, Pat Dwyer, am a college pre-law student. I am also employed full-time in a law office. Last April, I ran for the office of Justice of the Peace and won the election over 4 male opponents. I am the youngest Justice of the Peace in my state, and possibly in the country. Signed, Pat Dwyer. By the way, panel, last week you remember Mrs. Karen Figueres, the wife of the President of Costa Rica?
Yes.
Was on our show. She got in touch with us and asked us, would we please contribute her share of the winnings to the Children's Hospital Fund of San Jose, Costa Rica. So we'll do that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Figueres. All right, panel, these 3 ladies all claim to be Pat Dwyer, Justice of the Peace. So again, question till you hear the signal. We'll start this time with Hi Gardner. Hi?
Number 1, where do you go to college?
I go to the University of Massachusetts.
And where do you go to college, number 2?
Southern Illinois University.
And number 3?
University of Indiana.
Oh, it's the first time you've met, then, I assume. What law office employs you, number 1?
I work for Anthony Burns and his son.
Number 2, can you, as a justice of the peace, marry anybody?
Yes.
Anybody in particular? I mean,
Anyone?
are you yourself married?
No.
And you say that in your biography here that you're the youngest justice of the peace probably in the entire country or the state. How young can you be and still be a justice of the peace?
I imagine it depends on state laws. In Illinois, 21.
Mm-hmm. What seat are you in Illinois?
Carbondale.
Carbondale. Polly?
Number 2, as a justice of the peace, how many people have you married?
One.
I beg your pardon?
One people?
Was it a man or a woman?
Married himself.
I have performed one marriage ceremony.
Oh, I see. No, I thought actually it might have been a proxy something or other, where there's only one person there.
It takes 2.
Thank you. Number 3, you say you go to the Indiana University. Where is your law office in Indiana?
On what street?
No, where in Indiana?
Oh, it's in Bloomington, where the university
I beg your
is.
pardon?
In Bloomington.
In Bloomington.
Ralph? Number 1, is it or was it ever possible to practice law without a degree?
Not in Massachusetts, no, sir.
Number 2,
Yes, it is.
it is?
In Illinois.
Was.
Number 1, who's the present Attorney General and when did he take office?
The Attorney General is William Rogers, and I'm not quite sure, but for him was Herbert Brownell.
Number 2, what were the last 2 Supreme Court appointments?
I don't know.
Number 3, do you know?
I believe Justice Brennan is one, and Justice Whittaker.
Kitty?
Number 1, how many couples have you married?
I haven't married anybody. Unfortunately.
Number 3, how many couples have you married?
2.
2. Number 1, it says in your affidavit that you defeated 4 male opponents. Do you care to say who they were?
One of them was James Horn, who was Republican. The other 2 were Democrats.
2 elderly gentlemen or young gentlemen?
They were fairly young, yes.
And number 3, who did you defeat?
Well, I defeated 3 Democrats and 1 independent. The independent was my biggest opponent.
And can you practice law without a degree?
Well, I can be a JP without a degree, yes.
All right, that's it. These 3 charming ladies all claim to be Pat Dwyer, and it's up to you now to mark your ballots for the one you think is the right one. Therefore, select, if you will, number 1, number 2, or number 3. Okay, all set? Polly?
I voted for number 2. I've been wrong all evening, and I figured I'd as well stick with it. No, actually, I have no real reason, really. They all 3 seem to be very intelligent, pretty girls. I just took a chance.
Okay. Ralph, how about your choice?
Number 3, largely because she knew the last 2 Supreme Court appointments.
Kitty?
Number 3. Well, I thought she had a sort of familiarity with her job, the way she said JP. And I just thought she knew what she was saying.
How about you, Hi?
Well, I also voted for number 3.
Wow.
I've been going along with the panel tonight. I don't know.
beg your
She just
pardon.
strikes me as the kind of a girl I'd like to see in front of a bar.
Well.
Why don't you and Bud go home together?
All right. Now, there we have it. We've given you our rhymes and our reasons. Our rhymes were not too good. I hope our reasons were better. We'll find out now which one of these 3 delightful ladies is the real Justice of the Peace. So will the real Justice Dwyer please stand up? Thank you very much, Miss Dwyer. Now, number 1, would you tell us who you really are and what you actually do?
My name is Carol Kegler, and I'm a junior executive trainee at Von Witellers here in New York.
And number 3, what's your story?
My name is Susan Brown, and I'm a secretary for a private investigator and matrimonial service.
I think that's a fascinating parlay. Private investigator and matrimonial service. Well, that's it. And we had a pretty good score for you folks tonight, although not for the panel this one. Polly pulled that one out. And there were 3 incorrect votes at $250 each for a total of $750 from Geritol. Divide it, enjoy it. Thanks for being with us. Hope you had fun. Good night and good luck. Now, we'll get right back to our panel in just a moment. Tonight, except to say to Polly, you had an awful good show last week, Polly.
Thank you.
And may I wish you, on behalf of all of us, a very nice vacation.
Thank you.
Polly's going to be away for 2 weeks, but she'll be back with us right after the first of the year. And during those 2 weeks, we're going to have the very lovely Miss Betsy Palmer with us. And so, good night, panel.
Good night, Bud.
Our program, as you know, is brought to you by Geritol, a fast-acting, high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast. And now this is Bud Collier saying good night, reminding you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production.
GSN shows are playing. Bingo cards keep on paying with GSN Live. You can join our winner. You can join our winner wonderland.
What is your name, please?
My name is Harold Call.
What is your name, please?
My name is Harold Call.
What is your name, please?
My name is Harold Call.
2 of these people are imposters. Only one of them is the real Harold Call, and is the only one sworn to tell the truth. And here is our host, Bud Collier.
Good evening. And welcome once again to our game of deliberate misrepresentation, wherein our panel endeavors to figure out which one of 3 challengers has sworn to tell the truth. Tell the Truth is brought to you each week by Geritol, America's #1 tonic, the high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast. And now let's meet our cross-examiners. What is your name, please?
My name is Betsy Palmer.
My name is Donna.
CBS presents this program in color.
One of these men was captured and brainwashed by communist soldiers, and turning his back on his family and flag, lived 12 years in Red China. What is your name, please?
My name is Morris Wills.
My name is Morris Wills.
My name is Morris Wills.
Only one of these gentlemen is the real Morris Wills. The other 2 are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, Orson Bean, Kitty Carlisle, plus 100 members of our studio audience on To Tell the Truth. To Tell the Truth is brought to you tonight by Good Ground Maxwell House Coffee. Always good to the last drop. And now, here's our host on To Tell the Truth, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth. Good evening, panel.
Good evening, Bud. Do you realize if you were President Johnson's son, you would be Bud Bird?
That's enough of that. Again tonight, incidentally, we're going to give 100 persons in our studio audience a chance to vote electronically each time we play a game on To Tell the Truth. So, audience, stay alert and get those voting buttons ready. And as for you, panel, open up that envelope and follow along with me on this first story. I, Morris Wills, had just turned 18 when I was captured by the Chinese during the Korean War. I was forced to march about 500 miles to a prisoner of war camp in North Korea. This ordeal left me almost dying of starvation. I was little more than an animal. With me in this condition, it was possible for the Chinese to brainwash me into believing that communism was superior to American democracy. I decided to defect. I stayed in China for 12 years, becoming increasingly disillusioned with the lies, the failures, and the cruelties of the communist system. I asked permission to leave China, received it, and returned to America with my Chinese wife and baby daughter. Today, I am ashamed of my decision to defect, but I do not deny that I made that decision voluntarily. Since my return, I have given valuable inside information on the situation in China to the United States government. Signed, Morris Wills. Panel, these three gentlemen all claim to be, as you heard, Morris Wills. And we start the questioning with Tom Poston. Tom?
Thank you, Bud. I think it's one of the cruelest aspects of modern warfare, and it's too bad. But number 3, is there any way of undoing the brainwashing that you went through?
Oh, yes.
Did you go through a lot of procedure for that?
It's not procedure.
Number 2, you're convinced that it's all that the brainwashing has all been overcome and changed, aren't you?
Yes, more or less.
What I'm getting at is, number 1, for instance, now, could you be trusted? I'm not talking about consciously, but could you be trusted with secrets of one kind or another that you wouldn't, under any circumstances, betray to the people who brainwashed you in the first place?
I'm sorry, you say could I or
could you?
Would I? Oh, yes.
Well, how do you know, number 3? How do you know they got it all out?
One never knows.
Oh, I'm not telling you anything. Thank you.
Peggy Cass.
Number 2, whereabouts did you live in China?
Peking.
Number 1, did they promise you an education if you went to China?
Either education or work, whatever I wanted.
Well, did they send you to university?
Yes, I elected to go to school.
To where?
To college. I went for 8
thank
years.
you. And number 3, what did you work at in China? What was your job?
I was a translator.
Thank you. Number 2, are there any other people that defected that are still in China, or have they all come home?
Yes, there are about 2 people left there.
Number 1, did you find the fact that you were an Occidental worked against you? Was there prejudice against you in China because you were an Occidental rather than an Oriental?
In a sense there was, yes, but I had privileges too.
Thank you. Number 3, do you remember any of the way in which they did brainwash you so you can tell us and so they can't do it to somebody else? If you follow that tortured reasoning?
There's no set procedure. You're just very tired and open to suggestion.
Thank you.
Orson Bean.
Number 2, brainwashing itself, the term is just a high-class Madison Avenue term for extensive interrogation and wearing down of a person, is it not?
True, yes.
Why do you think you broke under it when others did not? You and the others who broke. Have you ever thought about that?
Maybe because I was younger or had a different nature.
Different nature. Number 1, how about penalties? I mean, you deserted from the Army, did you not?
No, I was a prisoner until my time of service was up.
Oh, you were? I mean, you were taken... That's right, of course you were. Now, were there any penalties imposed on you by the United States government at all?
No, because I was dishonorably discharged.
Oh, you were dishonorably discharged, I see.
They changed that.
What
you changed it.
Oh.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 1, was hypnosis used in the brainwashing?
No.
Number 2, were any drugs used?
No.
None at all?
None at all.
Number 3, in having given the information to the United States government, are you ever afraid of reprisals from the Chinese in this country? You're well known now. You're on this television show.
No, not in this country.
Your shirt looks pretty small there.
Number 2, how many characters are there in Chinese?
Approximately, altogether, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe 10,000.
Number 1, do you agree with that?
No, 45,000.
Thank you. Number 3, we have been told that they're against marriage in China, but perhaps this is a recent development. Were you able to marry your wife with no trouble?
There was a waiting period.
How long?
About 10 months.
Number 2.
And that's all we have time for, I'm sorry to say. But panel, mark your ballots, if you will, please, without change and without any consultation. While you're doing that, I'll ask our studio audience to mark their ballots, too, if they will. Remember, of course, that it's $250 for each and every incorrect vote. But you in the studio audience, on the voting machines in front of you, each of you have 3 buttons. And when I say vote, please select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Are you ready? Vote. Your votes have been registered. Now let's see how our panelists voted. Tom, for whom did you vote?
Well, Bud, I voted for number 2. I honestly believed everything that 1 and 3 said, but they were so firm and so strong that I don't think they would have succumbed to the brainwashing, so I voted for number 2. Seemed like a nice, gentle, mild person.
Peggy Katz.
Well, I voted for number 1. You know, well, this sounds corny, but he looks as though he's been through a lot.
Orson Bean.
Well, I'm afraid one of us is going to say Queen of Spades or something, and it'll be like the Manchurian Candidate, and they'll jump up and kill Bud or something. But I voted for number 2 because he looks like all of those pictures of those poor guys in those suits made out of quilt. You know, those kind of, looks like a comforter, you know.
That's no criticism of his sartorial splendor.
Actually, it's a splendid suit, but it's something about the way he wears it that makes it look lumpy. I don't know.
Kitty Carlisle.
Well, I voted for number 1 because number 2 said there were 10,000 characters in all in the Chinese language, and that there are much more, it's more likely 45,000. And number 1 hadn't smiled yet when I voted for him, and I also felt he'd gone through a great deal.
Very well, there we have it. With all the panel votes in, let's find out now who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our studio audience voted for number 1. Got the most votes from our studio audience. So, let's find out which of these men, in truth, is Morris Wills. Will the real Morris Wills please stand up? Thank you very much, and you fooled our studio audience very handily. May interest you to know that Mr. Wills is a research associate at present at Harvard University, preparing an analysis on Chinese education, and that he has just completed a book to be published in the fall by Prentice Hall, which is entitled Turncoat, An American's 12 Years in Communist China. Yes, Kitty?
Is it true that there are only 10,000 characters in Chinese?
Well, there are more than 10,000 characters, but anything over 10,000 or 11,000 more or less are just variations of the others.
Thank you.
Number 1, what is your real name, sir, and what do you really do?
My name is Bill Wright, and I'm a magazine writer and playwright.
And number 3, what is your real name and what do you do, sir?
My name is Louis Tannenbaum. I'm Vice President of Sales of a mutual fund, CompuFund.
Thank you. Checking the score, we find that there were 2 incorrect votes from our panel and 1 incorrect vote from the studio audience at $250 each. Total, therefore, gentlemen, $750. Thank you for being with us. Hope you had a good time. Good night, and God bless you. We'll meet our next team of challengers in just a minute, right after this message.
She wasn't much of an outdoor girl, but she loved me, so she had to love camping. Wife, I said, there's one thing you've got to know out here. How to make good coffee. Maxwell House coffee. Blue can, good to the last drop, Maxwell House. Taste it. Good to the last drop. So be a good little Maxwell House wife, and you'll make one husband very happy.
Sometimes I think he loves cheesecake more than he does me. But with this cheesecake, I can understand. It's Jell-O's new cheesecake from a mix. It comes with real cheese filling and a crunchy graham cracker crust. You don't bake it. You just mix and chill. Is that good? That's good. New Jell-O cheesecake mix. Really great cheesecake with no baking. Do you like it? He likes it.
And now let's meet our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Mary Chipperfield.
My name is Mary Chipperfield.
My name is Mary Chipperfield.
Follow along again, if you will, panel, with your copies of this one. I, Mary Chipperfield, come from a family with almost 300 years' background in wild animal training. For the past 7 years, I have been the head of the zoo in Southampton, England. Currently, I am the supervisor of an unusual lion preserve maintained on the grounds surrounding Longleat, the stately home of the Marquis of Bath. I'm in complete charge of 40 lions who roam the 100 acres with no cages or bars of any kind to separate them from the public. Visitors may drive their own cars throughout the grounds to observe close up the big cats living free in surroundings similar to their natural habitat. The lions of Longleat constitute the first preserve of its kind outside the continent of Africa. Signed, Mary Chipperfield. Panel, these three young ladies, as you heard, all claim to be Mary Chipperfield. We'll start the cross-examination with Peggy Cass, if we may. Peggy?
Thank you. Number 3, does the Marquis of Bath own the lions as well as Longleat?
The lions belong half to the Marquis of Bath.
Well, number 3, is there a Marchioness of Bath? Is there a
Yes.
Marchioness? Oh, there is? Oh, dear. Oh, well, that's the Lady Marquis, in case you wanted to know. Tell me, number 1, is the climate odd in England for lions? I mean, I think it's so cold and damp for the lions.
Well, they get on all right.
But it's quite different from the hot sun of Africa.
Well, during the day there's hot sun in Africa, but at night it's cold in Africa.
And it's always cold in Bath, I suppose.
Horse and Bean.
Number 3, how many lions? There are 40 lions. Is this a case where the poor Marquis was going to lose his castle, so he charges money for the public to come in to keep it?
He hopes that the lions are going to help keep the house going.
Number 2, how much money do you have to make to keep one of those things going?
Oh, well, it spreads over the number of lions and...
I mean, not about lions. I mean, how much money does it cost an earl or a marquis to keep his stately home going these days?
Oh, I have no idea what
Yeah?
figures he...
Number 1, do lions have bad breath?
Kitty Carlisle.
You always keep hoping they don't. Number 1, what other kinds of animals do you have at Longleat?
Chimpanzees, giraffes, hippopotamus.
Thank you. Number 2, do these animals get along well together?
You mean, oh no, the lions are separate from the rest of the...
Where are the lions?
The lions are in an enclosure.
Aha. They don't roam free.
Well, they roam free within the
I
enclosure.
see, but they're by themselves. I read a delicious story about the Marchioness of Bath. She had her Daily Times ironed every day before she would touch it.
That's class.
I thought so. Does she still do that? I'd like to know.
I've no idea.
Tom Poston.
Okay. Number 1, where is Bath? I've heard about it a lot for years. Bath. Or
It's
Bath.
in Wiltshire.
Where?
Wiltshire.
Well, what is the, number 3, what is the order of Bath? Do you know anything about it? Why am I asking you this, right? Number 3, what do you feed those lions?
Meat.
Bath meat? Number 2, how can you get a car in where the lions are without the lions getting out while the car is going in?
Well, there's what we call a lock. These are 2 gates. One gate opens, it closes, the cars go in until the other opens.
Thank you.
That's it. Time for you to mark your ballots, if you will, please, panel. Mark them immediately, without change, without consultation. And again, while you're doing this, it is time for our studio audience to mark their ballots as well. When I say vote, as I did before, select, if you will, audience, number 1, number 2, or number 3. Are you ready? Vote. And again, your votes have been registered. Let's find out how the panel voted. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I'm just now scrawling my number 3 there. I had a terrible time voting because they don't look like they're old enough to have been the head of a zoo for 7 years and now working at Longleat and all that stuff. I finally had to vote for number 3, not because she was older, but because it was the only one I could think that might do it.
Peggy Cass.
You know, I sort of thought I knew number 2, but I couldn't know her. I voted for 2 because of the locks. You know, I just drive through the gate, let all the lions out. I wouldn't have thought of 2 things. That's great.
Orson.
They're all fine girls, and but number 3 reminds me of a girl I met once at the Battersea Dogs Home, and who also loved animals. And I think she looks like she has a sense of humor to me, and I think you have to hang around 40 lions.
Were you wearing a quilted suit at the time?
Yes, I was. I had a few shorts.
Kitty Carlisle.
Well, I voted for number 2. I got more information out of her, but I think I also questioned her more. I liked what she said about the locks and the lions being in their own enclosure. She also looks to me as though she has an English haircut.
Very well, let's find out who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our studio audience voted for number 2. Very well, time now to find out the truth of the matter. Which one of these ladies is, in truth, Mary Chipperfield? Will the real Mary Chipperfield please stand up? Well, you fooled our studio audience. Fooled most of them, at least. Mary, I understand that someone in your family is opening a preserve similar to the one that you're supervising now, right here in this country. Is that true?
That's right. We're opening one called Down Country Safari in Florida.
In Florida?
Yes.
Same size as yours?
Much bigger, 600 acres.
And how many lions?
100.
Wow, boy. Well, it should be fascinating, I'm sure. Number 1, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Mary Lawyer, and I'm a secretary with the architectural firm of S.J. Kessler and Sons.
Thank you. And number 2, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Morva Manson. At the moment, I am an editor for a baby magazine called Baby Talk.
Well, checking the score, ladies, you did well. Because there were 2 incorrect votes from our panel, and there was 1 incorrect vote from the audience, and each one worth $250. The total you take along with you is $750. Thanks for gracing our show. Good night, and God bless you. We'll be back with our next team and play another game in a minute, but now listen to this.
For 53 years, smokers have been enjoying the real tobacco taste of Camels. And today, Camels are still America's leading regular cigarettes. Now you can have famous Camel quality in new Camel filters, too.
Camel filters have a real taste, too. Camel filters have a real taste, too. Camel filter cigarettes
have a real smoke. Regular or filter, have a Camel.
Camel filters have a real taste, too.
Satisfied longer.
Camel filters have a real taste, too.
Satisfied longer. Camel regular or filter cigarettes.
And now let's meet our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Richard Arthur. My name is Richard Arthur.
My name is Richard Arthur.
Follow along once more, if you will, please, panel. I, Richard Arthur, am an enthusiast of a sport called land yachting. A land yacht is a 3-wheeled, single-masted vehicle that, under full sail, can scoot across the ground at speeds of up to 60 miles an hour. The only source of power is the wind. Just last month, 20 other land yachters and I completed a grueling 31-day sail across the world's largest sea of sand, the Sahara Desert. We traveled almost 1,800 miles from Kolom Bechar in Algeria to Nouakchott on the Atlantic coast of Mauritania. We ate bad food, endured the blazing sun and chilly desert night, and were blinded by sandstorms. As land yachters, we were continually confronted with an emergency sea sailor seldom experienced: flat tires. Signed, Richard Arthur. And And these three gentlemen panel all claim to be Richard Arthur, as you heard. And we start the questioning with one of the stars of Broadway's newest musical, Ilya Darling, Orson Bean.
Thank you, Bud. Now, I had number one, and my cousin Gerald once got caught on an ice boat in a high wind and screwed himself into Lake Penobscot. It was a terrible... they got him out the next spring. Is it anything, number one, like an ice boat?
It's very similar to an ice boat, other than it has wheels.
It has wheels. Well, number three, why would you get flat tires? You need pneumatic tires, do you, for this kind of a thing?
Yes, you use pneumatic tires, and the reason that we had so many flats, the desert is very rocky in places, and also thorn bushes puncture the tires.
Thorn bushes in the middle of the Sahara.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number two, what is the keel of your sailing boat like?
We don't have a keel.
What is it? It's just like it's like an automobile then. You sit in a
It would be similar to a tricycle.
A tricycle. It has three wheels.
Yes, well, most have three wheels.
Thank you. Number one, how long did this take?
Well, actually, 21 sailing days.
And number three, did you find oases everywhere, or did you bring all the water with you?
We carried our water. We saw one very small oasis.
Where did you camp at night, number two?
We had tents on board, and we had support vehicles with us.
Thank you. Number one, do you have any women with you?
There was one woman from France. Pilot.
And what did she do? Cook?
She was a pilot.
She was a pilot.
Tom Poston.
Number one, how cold is it at night there?
Got down around 40.
Oh, that's not really too bad. Did you all stay together, number two?
We tried to, but of course, when you're racing...
Oh, it was a race, number two.
It started out as a race, yes.
Oh, my. Number three, how did you keep warm at night? Did you carry all that stuff with you?
We carried everything on our own vehicle.
Thank you. Number one, I'm very curious. Does a land yacht like that have auxiliary power of any kind, like an ocean-going yacht might have?
No.
Could it have?
It wouldn't be feasible, no.
How did you, number two, how did you get through towns and villages and places where the wind wasn't doing its work?
We never went through a town. We might skirt around it.
Peggy Cass.
Thank you. Number three, did you have a crew?
We had a team of 3 men. Only one man can fit on a boat at one time.
What does the other one do, run along beside?
Follows along in a Land Rover.
Oh, gee whiz. Now, number two, you said it was like riding a tricycle. Boy, I wouldn't want to ride a tricycle for 21 days. It must have been pretty uncomfortable, right, number two?
Quite uncomfortable, yes.
You think that you're going to make a going sport of this?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Good.
That's it. Time again for you to mark your ballots. So kindly do so, panel. And again, while you are doing that, we'll ask the studio audience to vote. Again, when I say vote, will you select number one, number two, or number three? Are you ready? Vote. Again, your votes have been registered. We'll find out now how our panelists voted. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number one. He's lean and strong of jaw and looks like he would enjoy something like this.
Peggy.
No, I like them, but I voted for number three. He's nice and heavy and strong. Looking to be good ballast for a boat.
Oh, gee.
Orson Bean.
Well, number three doesn't look like he's had too much bad food lately. And number one looks like he has and has been through some chilly nights on the frozen tundra. The stories I could tell you. Therefore, I voted for him. An old man and his ramblings.
Kitty Carlisle.
Well, I voted for number one because he indeed looks very earnest and stalwart and very thin, and I think he did it.
Right. Now let's find out who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our audience voted for number one. Got the most votes from our studio audience. So let's find out which of these 3 men in truth is Richard Arthur. Will the real Richard Arthur please stand up? Well, you didn't fool our studio audience this time. Thank you, sir. Number two, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is David Wicks, and I'm a student at the Graduate School of Business at the University of Virginia.
Thank you, sir. Number three, what is your real name and what do you do?
My name is Mike Sheridan. I'm a regional manager with a temporary help service called Western Girl.
Thank you. And checking the score, there was only one incorrect vote. That was cast by our panel, but that's still worth $250, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us, and we hope you enjoyed yourselves. Good night. God bless you. We'll be back in a minute, but right now, this important message.
Here are 3 different cooks. The good cook mashes and mashes her potatoes. The great cook rices them first, like her cookbook recommends. Now, the smart cook is also a great cook because she uses new mashed potato buds, the only ones already riced. Tiny puffs of Idaho potatoes that whip up better tasting than any others, even homemade. Mashed potato buds from Petty Crocker. They're already riced.
1. This man is counting the places new stacks are toasted. Front, back, sides. In fact, stacks are toasted in places where other cereals don't even have places. That's why we call Stacks the crunch maker. And that means Stacks have the crisp, crunchy flavor of toasted whole wheat. You can count on it. New wheat Stacks, the crunch maker. Toasted in places where other cereals don't even have places.
Sorry. That's all we have time for. Good night, panel.
Good night, Bud.
Good night to all of you, and we're counting you being with us next week at the same time. And, of course, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon on the daytime show. But in the meantime, don't you forget to tell the truth. Good night.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Woodson, Bill Todman production. Johnny Olson speaking. This program was pre-recorded. Brought to you tonight by new wheat stacks, the crunch maker from General Mills.
Do you know if this is the horse that won the Kentucky Derby?
1,112 of these leaflets were dropped from an airplane just to impress one girl. The leaflets read, "Mary Lee, I love you. Will you marry me? Steve." Now we'd like you to meet Steve. What is your name, please?
My name is Steve Musich.
My name is Steve Musich.
My name is Steve Musich.
Only one of these gentlemen is the real Steve Musich. The other 2 are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, Orson Bean, Kitty Carlisle, plus 100 people in our studio audience on To Tell the Truth. This portion of To Tell the Truth is brought to you by new Simonized non-scuff floor wax that dries so bright it still looks wet. Host on To Tell the Truth, Bob Collier.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth. Good afternoon, panel.
Good afternoon. Who's that with you there, Bud?
Bright and shiny. Isn't she pretty?
Yes, indeed. I dropped
Mary Lee Gunnison is her name, and she's the subject of our first story, which she will tell in her own words. So, panel, listen carefully. Mary Lee?
I, Mary Lee Gunnison, was proposed to in a unique manner. My boyfriend and I were on a picnic when a plane flew over and dropped over 1,000 leaflets to the ground. I picked one up and read it. It said, "Mary Lee, I love you. Will you marry me, Steve?" When I stopped laughing, I gave him my answer. Signed, Mary Lee Gunnison.
And we'll start the questioning, if we may, with Orson Bean. Orson?
Thank you. Jim, number 2. Oh, no, that's wrong. I don't... Are you Steve?
Yes.
Number 2? Because I didn't know. Maybe she said no and you're another guy. What made you dream up an idea like that?
Well, I got talked into it.
By whom?
It was a combination of friends. I'd been flying, and Mary Lee works with the airlines.
I think it's a marvelous idea. Number 3, did you consider any other ideas like skywriting or anything like that?
I considered skywriting, but since my financial budget was low, they get quite a bit of money to do that
Number
type
1,
thing.
what did it cost you to pull the whole stunt off?
Cost me about $65.
Did she say yes on the spot as soon as she stopped laughing, or did she think it over?
She didn't think it over. She said yes in about 5 minutes.
She realized you loved her. Well, I think it's sensational. Number 2, now, did you get married shortly after that?
We're not married.
You're not married. So...
Just engaged.
Yeah, you're going to have to drop some more leaflets.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 1, I'm a little confused. Mary Lee said she was on a picnic with her boyfriend. Was that you?
Yes, I'm one.
And number 2, then you had someone else drop the leaflets out of the plane.
Yes.
Oh, and so number 3, that's how you knew exactly where to drop them.
I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you knew exactly where you'd be, so they dropped the leaflets.
Oh, definitely,
where
yes. This
she'd
is
see
all
them.
prearranged with the pilot.
I get it. Now, number 1, why are you waiting to get married?
While we're waiting, well, it takes a certain amount of time to arrange things.
Number 2, you don't think she's sort of weakening in her resolve?
Not at all.
Good for you. Number 3, where do you live?
Chicago.
You both live in Chicago?
That's correct.
Tom Poston.
Chicago, yay! How wide an area did the leaflets cover, number 1, when they were being dropped?
Well, they went over, they covered quite a bit of the sky. In fact, most of them landed in the bay.
Chicago is a
adjoining.
windy city.
What bay, number 1?
San Francisco Bay.
San Francisco Bay, that is wide from Chicago. Where are you from, number 2?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, cut it out, number 2. Where did you do your dropping?
In Fairfax, Virginia.
How did the pilot know that the leaflets were going to drop on you or on Mary Lee?
I thought for a while he didn't. He made 5 passes. We had an orange blanket preset, and the location was preset.
Well, I think it's terrific, but number 3, did Mary know this was going to happen?
No, she had no idea at all.
Oh, that's terrific. Congratulations, whoever.
Peggy Cat.
I think it's romantic and it's terrific to tell your children. But number 3, did you realize that, or Mary Lee, do you realize that you're marrying a terrific litter bug? Number 1, did you get any complaints about all these leaflets that are all over the place? Who picked them up? Did you get a stick with the nail at the end of it, or did you just forget it?
I forgot it.
Mary Lee who said yes.
You just forgot
I
it.
should have picked them up, but too many. I just
Of course, you
didn't.
couldn't go around swimming in the bay. And number 2, who did the artwork on it? I mean, who made it up? This was pretty.
It was the printing company in Washington, Rapid Printing.
Did you design it?
No, the printers did.
You know, you didn't do very much. You didn't fly the plane. You didn't design the plane. All you did was dirty up the town. I said, Mary Lee, think about this. Number 3, what do? Do you work for the airlines, too?
I'm a mechanical engineer.
See, you're very airlines-minded, you two.
And that's it. That's all the time we have. Time for you now to pick up your litter and mark your ballots, if you will. Mark them at once without change and without any consultation. And while you're doing that, of course, it's time for the studio audience to vote. On the voting machines in front of each of you, there are 3 buttons. When I say vote, please select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Are you ready? Vote. All right, that's recorded. Panel, for whom did you vote? Tom, what is your vote?
I was rude during Peggy's questioning, and I kept interrupting and talking all through. So I'd like to give her this time to give the reason why I voted for number 1. Peggy?
I don't know why you do anything.
Peggy Cass.
But you did talk all the time, and I was interested. I want to know more. I voted for number 2 because he has a very pixie quality, and I believe that he'd do it.
Orson.
I voted for number 1. They have the same smile, Terry Lee and he, and I think that even as people's dogs look like them, people's husbands look like them, too. My wife and I look alike, and I think they look alike.
Are you kidding? She's pretty.
She's Kitty Carlisle.
I voted for number 2 because obviously Mary Lee likes to laugh. And number 2 has a lot of humor, and I think they're going to get along just fine when they get around to it.
All right, let's find out who got the most votes from our studio audience. Our audience voted for number 2. So, panel has voted, the audience has voted. Mary Lee, if you were voting, for whom would you be voting?
Well, I'd vote for number 1.
Mary Lee, for whom do you work?
I'm I'm an airline hostess with TWA.
You plan to continue working for TWA after you get married?
Yes, I do.
When is the date of the wedding?
December 9th.
December 9th. Are we all invited?
Fine with me. I'll have to get a bigger church. Same date. Exactly.
On the steps of the White House?
Afraid not.
Well, it's a joy to have you here with us and to wish you the very best of everything in every way. God bless you. Number 2, what is your real name? What do you do, sir?
I'm Mark Mason, and I'm a general manager for American Children's Theater, producing the Toby Tyler Show.
And number 3, what is your name and what do you do, sir?
My name is John Stern. I'm president of David Eden Associates. We produce rock and roll records.
Well, in checking the score, we find there were 1, 2, 3 incorrect votes. 3 times $100 is $300. Lady and gentlemen, we thank you very much for gracing our show. Hope it was fun. Goodbye and God bless you. We'll meet our next team of challengers in a minute. But you know, there's usually a reason for not feeling well. Now, coming up next is one of the most unusual and fascinating stories we have ever presented on To Tell the Truth.
What is your name, please?
My name is John Carroll.
My name is John Carroll. My name is John Carroll.
We'll learn more about John Carroll in just a minute. Now, this word from Nestle's. Please open up your second envelope now, if you will, and follow along with me. I, John Carroll, used to be a probation officer for the Bronx Children's Court in New York City. 15 years ago, I handled a fascinating case. For over a year, I tried to help a fatherless 12-year-old truant by taking him away from his mother and placing him in an institution where he could receive the love and understanding he craved and the proper psychiatric help he needed so badly. I encountered a series of problems in trying to place the boy, and before I was able to solve them, his mother took him out of New York State. If I had been given time to help that unfortunate 12-year-old child, the entire course of history might have been changed. The young man's name was Lee Harvey Oswald. Signed, John Carroll.
This portion of To Tell the Truth was brought to you by new Simonized non-scuff floor wax. It dries so bright it still looks wet.
And these 3 gentlemen, as you heard, claim to be John Carroll. An audience, you'll be voting again for the real one. Listen carefully to the questioning, if you will, which we will begin with Kitty Carlisle. Kitty.
Thank you, Bud. By the affidavit number 1, it seemed that you had real feeling for this child. How did you happen to meet him?
He was referred by the court. We came in for truancy.
I see. Number 2, do you believe that this whole terrible chain of events was caused by his desire to be noticed or to be loved or what?
I believe so.
To be noticed?
I do believe so.
Number 3, what were the problems you encountered that you couldn't place him before his mother took him away?
Well, the usual problems that you find, trying to get him into one of the schools. And you have to have a series of recommendations to the judges, and all these have to be approved.
Number 1, are you still a probation officer?
No, I'm not.
What do you do now?
I'm a lawyer.
Tom Poston.
Number 2, in view of the consequences of this boy's life, would you say that you have encountered others with somewhat the same pattern, psychological patterns that he had?
Yes, this pattern is not entirely unfamiliar.
Number 3, have you been able to help some of these boys in a way that would prevent disastrous circumstances from happening in their lives?
Not as much as we'd like to. That's about as simple.
What do you do? Thank you. What do you do for them, number 1?
I mean, which boys are you speaking about?
Well, potentially dangerous boys.
You try to get to them early to forestall anything that might happen in the future.
How do you do that, number 2?
We counsel them. We refer them for counseling. For example, we might send them, as we did in this case, to Youth House. We might, in this case also, of course, we referred him to, we attempted to have him institutionalized, but we weren't successful.
Thank you.
Did Lee Harvey Oswald have any sisters or brothers?
He had an older half-brother, and he had an older brother, I believe, by the same father.
Well, number two, did they live with him and his mother in New York?
No, they did not.
Number one, was he a naturally bright boy or was he slow?
Well, I think he was an average, likable boy, not a bright boy or slow.
Orson Bean.
Number two, it seems to me that for practical purposes, psychiatry will never be able to prevent things like this, because it's all hindsight to say that he would have been better off in the institution, isn't it?
To a certain extent, yes.
I mean, number three, normally one would say that if a kid's mother wants him, he must be better off with the mother, because you don't get much love and understanding in an institution, do you?
You're absolutely right, and most of the times we do approach it that way.
Yeah.
But in the long run, when you find out that you're not getting anywhere there...
Right. Number one, what do you think in the case of a Richard Speck or the guy on the Texas Tower? These are all comparable types to Oswald, potentially explosive people who seem calm on the outside. Is there any way that a doctor can, or a psychologist can spot this, and if so, what should be done?
Well, I think it's very difficult. Actually, there has to be some manifestation of an early childhood.
Legally, you can't put somebody away just because you figure something might happen in the future, right?
Sorry, that's all we have time for, but there would be a lot more, should be a lot more time for a lot more questioning because it is interesting. However, mark your ballots, if you will, please, panel, at once. And audience, once again, it's time for you to vote with your voting machines. When I say vote, as before, please select number 1, number 2, or number 3. Are you ready? Vote. Okay, those votes are registered. As to the panel, Tom, for whom did you vote?
Well, I think we've been duly chastened by this spot, the great tragedy that surrounded this boy, but I voted for number 2 in spite of the fact that he seemed almost too much like a psychologist with his careful answers, weighing the pros and cons of everything, but I voted for number 2 finally.
Peggy.
Well, it was very hard for me, but I voted for number 3. I don't know why. If I were going to be counseled, I'd like to talk to number 3.
Orson B.
Well, we got off the track a little in talking about psychologists because actually the gentleman was a probation officer, and I voted for number 1 because he has a bit of the look of the gumshoe about him to me.
Kitty Carlisle.
I voted for number 3. I thought number 1 was a little too young to have been counseling this boy. I can hardly bear to say his name. And number 2 seemed a little bit too professional. So I voted for number 3.
Very well, we'll find out how our audience voted and meet the real John Caro in just a minute. Now, this message. Hey. Thank you very much, panel.
Thank you, Bud.
See you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's the brightest spot in my day, the fact that I'll see you again tomorrow. See you again tomorrow, too, I trust. And in the meantime, don't you forget to tell the truth.
The biggest event in blackjack is back, Jack. GSN presents the World Series of Blackjack and all new season.
I'm so incredibly good at this game.
Because they're playing for a king's ransom, we're bringing back the Burger King Power Chip. The World Series of Blackjack and all new season tomorrow, 11 p.m., 10 Central on GSN.
Ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, Joe Garagiola.
Thank you very much. And welcome to Tell the Truth. Thank you, Bill Wendell. Hey, if, as the song says, the hills are alive today with the sound of music, our stage is alive today with the lady who was the inspiration for the great Rodgers and Hammerstein musical. And we're going to meet the Baroness von Trapp right after we say hello to our panel here on To Tell the Truth. Here is Bill Cullen. Kitty Carlisle. Nipsey Russell. And Peggy Cass. Yes, sir, The Sound of Music. That was one of the great ones. I'll tell you, I really enjoyed that. Everybody, I'm sure, has seen that. Nipsey is with us. He gave us a thought yesterday. I'm not going to ask him for a thought. I'm going to tell him to think about it, and he'll spring one on us before this show is over.
Right.
Although, I tell you, I don't know how you can come up with them. You've been so busy as the co-star of The Wiz. A great movie, yeah. Sure. All right. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do right now. We're going to meet the lady whose life was full of the sound of music.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Maria von Trapp.
Number 2.
I am Maria von Trapp.
Number 3.
My name is Maria von Trapp.
Listen carefully now to the inspirational story of Maria von Trapp. I, Maria von Trapp, am the real-life Maria in the popular musical and motion picture, The Sound of Music. As you may recall, at the time of Adolf Hitler, my husband, my children, and I fled our native Austria. As the Trapp family singers, we then traveled the world singing the a cappella music of the 16th and 17th centuries, as well as the folk songs of different lands. After settling in Vermont, for years we conducted a summer music camp. Now our lodge is a Christmas visitor's paradise. A word concerning the two actresses who portrayed me. While I thought they were both excellent, I tried desperately, but unsuccessfully, to convince both Mary Martin and Julie Andrews not to make Maria so ladylike. Signed, Baroness Maria von Trapp. We'll have some questions from our panel, and we'll have some answers from that side right after we watch these commercials. Today is graced with three lovely ladies, all claiming to be the Baroness Maria von Trapp, the head of the Trapp family singers and the inspiration for Rodgers and Hammerstein's musical, The Sound of Music. And we're going to start this round with our own little songbird.
Thank
Kitty
you. Well,
Carlisle.
whoever you are, I admire you enormously. You've done a wonderful job, and you've given us a lovely musical. Number one, did Rodgers and Hammerstein know you before?
Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Moore. Thank you. Hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, Bill Wendell. Thanks for coming back. Nice to have you with us on To Tell the Truth. We all know that one of the major problems of the 1970s is crime in the streets. Hardly any metropolitan area doesn't have more than its share of muggings, assault, and other forms of violence. Our first guest is a very brave young detective who is taking an active part in trying to clear that up. He's an exciting person to meet. We'll meet him as soon as we say hello to our panel here on Tell the Truth. Bill Cullen. I'd like to ask you, and I'll start with Bill Cullen. Yes, sir. Now, I'd like to ask you just up in the line whether any one of you has ever been mugged or assaulted, crime of any nature on the street. Bill, no? Nope, I've been lucky. Have you had any?
Never by a stranger.
Speaking so? No, not yet.
And kidding? No.
Boy, that's 4 out of 4. I never have either. My son was held up in the elevator of his own apartment building. A friend of mine who's just about my age, a woman, was mugged at 5:30 of an afternoon in a nice part of town. And it is a problem. And therefore, let us welcome a New York City police detective who is out to trap muggers. Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Detective Richard Buggy.
Number 2.
My name is Richard Buggy.
Number 3.
My name is Richard Buggy.
Well, Amusing as it sounds, let's pay close attention to the story of Detective Richard Buggy. It goes like this. I, Richard Buggy, am a decoy policeman. My job is to wander the streets of New York City, sometimes as a Bowery bum, or perhaps a person on crutches, or would you believe a housewife, complete with shopping bags. I have been punched, clubbed, wrestled to the ground, and whacked on the head with a 2x4. My instructions are not to resist. I can try to run away when the muggers strike, but any fighting back must be done by my 5-man backup team. My backups are not in uniform either. They blend into the local scene in the unlikely guises of pretzel vendors, sanitation sweepers, or street corner Santa Clauses. Over the past 2 years, I have been mugged approximately 100 times. Signed, Detective Richard Buggy. And I hope I never come to it, but if I was going to mug anybody, any one of those is a likely target. And we'll be right back. Now, bear it in mind, if you will, that all three of these tastefully dressed young gentlemen across the way claim to be Richard Buggy, a New York City detective who disguises himself as a hapless drunk or a helpless old man to attract and eventually catch muggers. And we'll start off with Joe Garagiola, please.
Number 2, how long have you been a decoy policeman?
About 2 years.
Number 3, what is considered the main street of the section, the Bowery section?
Fuller Street.
Number 2, is there a famous bar or one we recognize if you said go to this bar in the Bowery?
Shaughnessy's.
Number 1, do you carry any weapons at all?
It depends upon the crime itself, the situation.
Number 3, what time of the day do you usually work?
Between 4 in the afternoon and 11 at night.
You got a hockey puck stuck in your mouth.
4 in the afternoon till 11 at night, under the cover of darkness, I presume. And Kitty.
Number 3, I'm sorry. Number 3, where did you get those clothes?
It's part of my disguise.
Well, where did you find them?
The police department provided them for me.
I see. They took them from another bum, obviously.
They're Liberace cast-offs.
Number 2, why is it that you're not allowed to fight back? Why does your backup team have to catch the mugger?
It helps in the case for entrapment purposes.
I see. And number 1, what good does it do if you've been mugged over 100 times, and I'm sure they let the muggers go the minute they get to the police station. They never put them in jail for very long, do they?
No, that is not true.
It isn't? Well, tell me.
They put them to jail, yes.
They do?
Yes, they do.
And when they come back again?
I'm sorry, Kitty. We're going to go down to Bill Cullen, please.
Number 1, is this your job? Is it for apprehension, or is it as a deterrent that you do it, or a little bit of both? I mean, what's the theory behind your job?
It's to catch the muggers and also to deter them from future mugging possible civilians.
Number 2, at any given time in a city as large as New York, in New York City, how many policemen are there on the streets, disguised such as you are, for the primary purpose of capturing muggers at any given time?
Well, the decoy unit has 200 men, and I would say about 1/3 of them work at one time.
So, number 3, is it safe to say that anyone going out to mug somebody at this moment, with the knowledge that there are at least 60 policemen in disguise out there, and they might be possibly mugging one of those? Is that a safe assumption?
That's the idea.
No.
Bill, and we're going to go to Peggy, please.
Peggy, number 3. Why would anybody mug you? I mean, you don't look as though you get a quarter off of you.
Because on the 1st and the 15th, I get my welfare check.
So they try to belt you around the 1st and the 15th. Now, number 1, I certainly don't wish to be indelicate. But, I mean, why would anybody want to assault you either? I mean, it isn't. I mean, Raquel Welch isn't at home crying because you've come on the scene. Do you know what I mean?
No, Peggy, we're talking about mugging and snatching purses.
Well, I mean,
other falls under the head of general recreation. That comes under the park department.
No, number one, I mean, do you carry a... Did they think you had a lot of money in your purse?
Yes, at times. When I go to the store, I open up my purse.
When going to the store, says number one. And we've just gotten ourselves a little bell, and we've got a tough choice going over here, but however it may be, we're going to vote for number one, or for number two, or for number three. And as usual, we pay them $50 for each wrong vote. We pay the group $500 if the panel goes down to defeat. Joe Garagiola starts the voting.
Well, I went with number two because he used the word entrapment, and that sounds to me like a police department phrase.
All righty, and so you got a two showing, and...
Well, we've got a bunch of marvelous actors there. Absolutely extraordinary. I went for number one because number one seemed to leap to the defense of the police department and the judiciary by saying that they do good and they are put in jail.
A one and a two and a Bill Cullen.
Strangely enough, I went wholeheartely. I went for number one until I found out she was a policeman in disguise, and I thought I switched to number three and stay out of trouble. Right?
So you're going for three. Well, everybody's got one vote. Peggy, you're the tiebreaker.
Well, number three said he worked around the Bowery and Fuller Street. I never heard of any Fuller Street down there. I know that area quite well. And number one, I don't know, I voted for number two because he looks as though he might have a few bucks in his pocket, and look at the swell hat and everything. If you don't get anything else, you could wind up with a good hat. And he said entrapment.
So, you've got a two showing there. Gee, I wonder what you're thinking at home. The votes are in. Will the real Detective Richard Buggy please, sir, stand up? Good job. Good job, team. Marvelous. Let's find out who your imposters are, Detective Buggy. Number two, would you tell us what your name is and what you do, please?
My name is Chris Hart, and my mother is the charming panelist, Kitty Carlisle.
You told me you brought him up to be a nice fellow.
I called you today and I couldn't find you. Where you were.
Let's go down the line. Number three, now that we've had our fun, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Joe Garagiola, Jr.
Something to me.
Take that stuff off.
Hi. I want to tell you, I've seen good makeup jobs.
That has been fantastic.
Round of applause for Joe Cuervo of the NBC Makeup Show.
I don't believe it.
After all the time and the trouble that not only Joe Cuervo, but Chris and young Joe have gone to make themselves up, we'd like to have a split screen here, a picture of Chris, so you'll know what he looks like. And we don't have our monitors working out here. We got a split screen of Chris, and there is what he looks like in real life. There's a nice-looking fella. Now, having done that, let's do the same thing for Joe Garagiola, Jr. Let's take the picture of him now on a split screen. And we do not want to divert attention from the man really who's in charge of this whole spot, Detective Buggy. Let me see what you look like on your day off. We'll have them all back a little later without the disguise. Gentlemen, nifty job. Thank you, Detective. Take care of yourself. By the way, Detective Richard Buggy cannot receive his prize. Should I say cannot, does not want to accept his prize money. He would like to donate it to the Police Widows and Orphans Fund, and of course we'll follow his request. We'll be right back. Now let's say hello to a man who has some extremely provocative things to say about television.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is George Gerbner.
Number two.
My name is George Gerbner.
Number three.
My name is George Gerbner.
And listen now to the theories of George Gerbner. They're interesting. Says, I, George Gerbner, have conducted an in-depth study of the effect that heavy television viewing has on the American public. I have concluded that such viewers tend to apply the messages of the fiction they watch on the tube to their own personal lives. Such uncritical viewing is producing a vast tribe of fearful and prejudicial people. Fearful, for instance, when they watch shows concerned with murder and crime, and consequently have an exaggerated feeling of anxiety that they themselves may meet with violence. Prejudicial when, in the world of TV programs, most successful men are depicted as middle-aged but unmarried, or that few married women have meaningful jobs. Interestingly enough, those people who spend more time watching soap operas reflect a more realistic view of American life than the viewers of primetime entertainment programs. The best antidote to combat the unreal aspects of some television programming is a heavy amount of newspaper reading. Signed, George Gerbner. And we'll see if Mr. Gerbner's theories hold up under the scrutiny of Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you. Number three, what you say here is interesting, that people become fearful and fear that the crimes that they see will be inflicted upon them. What about people who go out and decide to reenact those crimes and do the things that they see done on television to other people?
They are in the minority.
They are? Are you sure?
Most people don't commit those crimes, but most people are fearful.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Number two, why does heavy newspaper reading combat this feeling of unreality?
Well, there's a view that you can skim the newspapers and pick out the things you want to read. You don't have to read every line, and most people seem to be trapped on a TV program. They stay until the end of the program.
I see. Number one, do you believe that the violence...
I'm sorry, Kitty, we're going to Bill Cullen.
Number three, it was mentioned that you conducted an in-depth study. About how many people did you study to come to these conclusions?
We had a survey of about 500 people, and we studied several other groups of children and adults, total of maybe 600, 700, 800.
Number one, how many people did you work with in relation to the 600 or 800 that number three did?
We worked with 500 people. We had a telephone survey of 500 people, equally divided between men and women.
Number one, I'll stay with you. It seems to me that in a nation as large as this, with as many television sets as we have, that working with 500 people wouldn't give you all that, necessarily that accurate information.
Well, we find that statistical sampling of 500 is adequate for our purposes.
Thank you, Bill. We're going to go to Peggy.
Number three, why did you conduct this survey?
To find out what the effect of television viewing or heavy viewing might be on the American public.
Thank you. Number one, who paid for it? I mean, under what auspices?
Well, it's handled by our departmental budget and also the Institute of Mental Health.
Thank you. Now, number two, surely you don't mean that people can honestly relate to soap operas. Why, I was home today, I never saw such a bunch of junk. Most of the people are on trial for murder. They're always getting murdered in the best of families in soap operas. Then they have 9-month trials, at the end of which they have a baby. As compared to Columbo or something?
I'm sorry, your question?
I mean...
The last part. Not your statement.
Thank you, Peg. You've done it again. Let's go to Joe.
Number two, what is heavy viewing in terms of time?
Well, generally, we figure that anyone who looks 4 hours a day is really hooked, and they are the people who are most influenced.
Number 3, in the 4 hours, if you counted soap operas, which seem to be good, then that wouldn't count, would it? I mean, then it would be just 2 hours, so you'd be okay? Is that a pretty accurate reading?
We define heavy viewer as somebody who watches on the average of 4 hours or more. That may include soap operas, it may include daytime or evening programming.
Number 2, what got you started in this? What turned you on to it?
Well, I started out in a research firm, and it became more and more interesting, and it also paid fairly good money, so that's a fairly good reason, I think.
And on that answer, we ring our bell and we vote. And we have to vote quickly, panel, for number 1, or number 2, or number 3. And Kitty, if you have arrived at an answer,
I have
however
indeed.
swiftly.
I voted for number 1. I think he sounds very scientific.
So we've got a what? Bill Collins.
I like the way number 2 fielded Peggy's question there. He did a good job.
We're going down the line, a 1 and a 2, and Peggy coming out.
Well, I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of horror movies all my childhood, and they never scared me. I think number 2 is it, because he's nice and cheerful.
Pair of 2s. And Joe, how you going?
3. I voted for 2. There's 3 2s now.
Gee, we got almost a clean sweep for number 2 over there. The votes are all in. Will the real George Gerbner please stand up?
Come on, purple shirt.
Hello, Dan. Good shot, gentlemen. Excellent. Good job. Number 1, sir, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
I'm Fred Kulo, president of Rivella Imports Limited. Rivella is a new natural vitality drink from Switzerland.
Good to have you here. And number 2, with 3 big votes, you want to tell us about yourself?
Well, I'm a retired supervising engineer. My name is John Timmerman.
Ah, Mr. Timmerman. Mr. Gerbner, George Gerbner, where exactly was this study conducted?
The study was conducted at the University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg School of Communications as a research project for the National Institute of Mental Health.
Well, it gives an awful lot to think about, and thank you very much, Mr. Gerbner. Oh, wait, what's this? What good does what good does the survey do? I am told to ask.
I think it helps the public know more about what makes television tick, and this makes all programs more interesting, even the bad ones.
I don't quite know how to take that, but I think I thank you anyway, Mr. Gerbner and gentlemen, for being with us. Take.
In addition to the cash awards, our first team of challenges will receive these fine classic Zero shirts featuring the new Purist button-down color and a distinctive collection of colors and patterns from Zero shirt makers. Our second team will receive Sarah Coventry's Today Cross with the filigree lady, which combines simulated pearls and filigree barrels and chain, a fashionable combination by Sarah Coventry.
Even though we did show you snapshots of what Detective Buggy and his two imposters look like, we think it's only fair that they come out in person without their makeup. First, let's welcome Detective Buggy without his makeup on. And now, Christopher Hart, Kitty Carlisle's son. Let's see where he was. There he goes. Come up there. Yeah. All right, stand over here, and we want to see what the young law student looks like. Joe Garagiola Jr. He comes out here. Joe, come down here. Joe, come on down here and say hello to your friends here. I want to tell you, Detective Buggy and I'll be friends, but I want to tell you the security that went on around the studio, you wouldn't believe. How long, Joe, were you in makeup?
About from 11:30 on.
From 11:30, so you were in makeup about 3 hours to get all that stuff put on. But you really acted good. I don't know if that says anything for me or not.
My father works.
Thank you.
It's really good.
Your mom called here this morning and Boston couldn't get hold of you. And of course you were in our makeup department, right? How many hours do you in makeup?
From 11:30.
From 11:30 to same time? You look so much like his dad. Yes. Looks very much like mine. Well, friends, we got to knock it off. This has been one of the most joyful shows I've ever had anything to do with. Take care, everybody.
Our simple characters today will receive the wearing air freshener. Thanks to the air you breathe, a little naturally without extra vapor. Wearing cools the room with a fresh clean scent. Promotional consideration provided by Best Western Motel, the district's largest chain of 1,250 fine owner-operated motels in 900 cities throughout the United States, Canada, and Mexico. This is Bill Wendell speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Hudson, Bill Carbon production.
To play our live interactive game shows. Call 800-537-GAME now. It's fast, it's fun, and it's free. You only need to register once to play forever on Game Show Network.
You're watching Game Show Network.
You're watching A Hero's Welcome on To Tell the Truth. Only on Game Show Network. Ladies and gentlemen, from New York City, Gary Moore.
Hi. Nice to have you with us, friends. Welcome to a special edition of To Tell the Truth. What you're looking at right now is a very rare animal from the Guinness Book of Records. This is the world's smallest hummingbird. And actually, what it is an American bald eagle. And it's a particularly fortunate one because it was found wounded in the woods, and our first contestant took it in, cared for it, and as you can now see, the bird is in splendid shape. I think we all know that the American bald eagle is on the endangered species, and unless somebody does something about it, we're just not going to have any more of them. Well, fortunately, our first contestant is doing something about it, and we will meet her as soon as we meet our panel here on To Tell the Truth.
Sophie Sales. Kitty Carlisle. Bill Cullen. And Peggy Cass.
I thought it was a stuffed. I
I didn't know he was real.
You thought he was stuffed?
I thought he was stuffed.
No, he's far from stuffed. What do you think? Chestnuts and that kind
Well,
of
they said there was an eagle out here. I thought Roman Gabriel was out here.
I thought it was a crocheted owl myself.
No, he is a beautiful bird. He weighs about 13 pounds. Looks like he weighs more than that because he's got his feathers all fluffed out, which is a sign of
man.
Leave me alone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's man.
That's like bristles coming up on the back of an animal's neck. But in any event, let us meet our expert on eagles.
Number one, what is your name, please?
Oh, the poor little thing.
Now, wait a minute. Here comes the trainer. He'll get him back up on the thing there. He's not going to hurt himself. There we go. He's just not used to all these lights and all the people, so forth.
Baby.
Quiet down, Sonny. There we go. Now, let's start again, Bill.
Sure. Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Doris Mager.
Number two.
My name is Doris Mager.
Number three.
My name is Doris Mager.
And your task, panel, is to discover which one truly is Doris Mager, and here is her ornithological odyssey. She says, I, Doris Mager, am the only woman member of the Bald Eagle Nesting Survey. As such, I fly over 11 counties in my area, locating and monitoring eagle nests. Here you see 2 immature eagles almost ready for flight, sitting in the nest. This next picture is of a mature bald eagle, and it was found shot. I nursed him back to health. I am one of just 6 women in the country to hold a federal permit to care for injured eagles. It's no wonder I am known as the Eagle Lady. Signed, Doris Mager. And we'll be back to play the game as soon as our sponsors fly into your living room, dropping little messages here and there.
Oh, and this is Amelia. I don't think anybody's ever really prepared to be a father. For me and my wife, it's been a whole new world. We share all the responsibilities. Amelia generates a lot of different kinds of stains. It's very important that I do the laundry as well as my wife. I found the Tide website. It's stuff that all parents need to know.
Tide with bleach gets out most of the tough stains Amelia gets into, better than any leading regular detergent, and it helps keep colors bright.
It helps when you know what you're doing. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. I am a laundry PhD.
You put your heart into all you do, from the way you love to the things you choose. Big or small, you give your all. Moms like you choose Jeff. Choose Jeff.
Creamy Jix peanuts are hot roasted to bring out more fresh roasted peanut taste, more than any other leading creamy brand.
Moms like you choose Jeff. Choose Jeff.
Choosy moms choose Jif.
Attention homeowners. Coming your way now. Special savings on Sears durable chain link fencing. Help make your yard safe and secure while you enjoy special savings from Sears of 50% on selected chain link fence fabric with the installation of an exclusive Sears Armadillo 10 fence system. Call this number now for your free in-home estimate. Save 50% on selected lines of chain link fence fabric. Heavy-duty chain link fencing available in your choice of heights. This is a limited time offer, so be sure to call Sears today. Enjoy greater privacy and peace of mind. Have Sears install a chain link fence now. Get your free in-home estimate and get satisfaction guaranteed or your money back.
For installed roofing, gutters, doors, and fencing, call this 800 number right now. Improving your life by improving your home.
100 people were surveyed, responses up on the board. What could the number one answer be? Ray Combs, your host, will make sure that you see when two families jump into action. Your eyes will always be glued, 'cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out on the Family Feud.
Don't miss Family Feud Challenge only on Game Show Network.
And for you bird lovers and you game lovers across the way, we have three ladies all claiming to be Doris Mager, Eagle Expert Extraordinaire. And let's start with our chief animal lover around here, Peggy Cass.
Thank you. And number 3, is the American bald eagle an endangered species?
Very definitely, yes, it is.
Well, thank you. Then number 3, why do you have that one in captivity?
Because that one was injured when he was very young and brought into me to be healed back to health and an ability to go on, but we doubt that he will be, probably. He has a little respiratory problem and probably will have to be saved for educational purposes.
Thank you. Now, number 2, he didn't seem to have many tail feathers. Was that his accident, or is he just losing them because it's the season? Number 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was because when we put him on Jesse's, that the bird baited off the log, and this takes the tail feathers, breaks the tail feathers.
Will he get new ones?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Number 1, why does he have a brown head when the other eagle in the picture had a white head, and bald eagles always have white heads?
He's an immature eagle, and it takes an eagle 4 to 5 years to mature, so you won't have a white head until he's mature.
Thank you. Now, number 2, what are the eagle's natural enemies?
Man.
But no other animal or bird.
And that takes us, please, down to Soupy.
Number 3, what is the term Jesse's?
Jesse's are those hobble-like leather ties that he had on his feet, and they're to keep him from baiting, in other words, going off the log and flying over in your lap.
Number 2, how many toes does the eagle have?
5.
5. Number 1, is it only in the mountain area they live? I mean, any of them living around New York? They don't want to get involved.
I thought he was stuck. He was in New York.
That's right.
The bald eagle can live anywhere in North America, from Alaska and all the way down to Mexico, but generally along the seacoast because they eat fish.
Number 2, see? Number 2, are you a veterinarian?
No, I'm not.
Well, number 3, how did you become so interested in eagles?
Well, it was sort of a strange thing. I just was asked to take care of a hawk one day to help, to bring it back, and I got fascinated by the idea and gradually worked into it.
And please to Kitty Carlisle.
Thank you. Number 2, are you under the aegis of any park department?
No, I'm not.
Number 3, you do this on your own?
No, through the Florida Audubon Society.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Number 1, is it true that eagles have telescopic lenses in their eyes so they can see their prey from afar?
Well, they're supposed to have eyesight that is equal to 8 powers, or an 8-powered telescope.
Thank you. Number 2, how big an animal could an eagle pick up in its talons and take away? A small rabbit, maybe?
Right.
Number 3, thank you. How much? 3 pounds?
About half its weight.
Number 3, is that why eagles are supposed to carry away tiny babies as well?
That is strictly an old wives' tale.
Why wouldn't he take a baby? He might mistake it for a rabbit, no?
Well, actually, in the wild, their natural food is fish. They are carrion eaters, so if there's a dead animal around, they will be seen eating it.
Thank you. Number 1, what is the symbol of the United States? Which kind of an eagle?
It's the bald eagle. It's the American bald eagle.
Not the golden eagle?
No.
Oh, number 2, where do you find golden eagles?
Golden eagles are mainly out west, but also down in Florida. They can be found also.
I see.
And Bill Cullen.
Number 1, you said that eagles eat fish, and number 3 said that they are carrion eaters. Do they eat fish that they find dead on the beach?
Yes, but they can catch fish, too, in their talons.
Number 2, can an eagle indeed catch fish?
Yes, they can.
Live fish, I mean?
Yes, they can.
Does the water have to be shallow, number 2, in order for an eagle to catch fish for eating purposes?
Not necessarily.
Are all flying predators carrion eaters also number 2?
No.
For instance, the hawk. Is the hawk a carrion eater?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, all of them are carrion. They can be carrion eaters and prey on living things.
Number 1, is the vulture and the eagle related? Are the vulture and the eagle related?
Well, yes, but they're different species.
But basically the same genre as number 2, is number 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Number 3, does the vulture ever capture live food?
Yes, it does.
And number 3, what is the reason you give for this eagle not having the white crest?
Are you asking me?
Number 3, yes.
I'm sorry. Because it is an immature bird, and they do not develop the white crest, the white tail, and the yellow beak and the yellow eye. That comes later, between 4.5 and 5 years.
And, gee, I hate to end this one. There's so much more I'd like to know. But, however, It's a tough team, and they're going to have to make up your mind over there. Is it number 1? Or is it number 2? Or is it number 3? What we do is, to the group, we pay $50 for each wrong vote, $500 to the group in case of a total scoop. And, Peggy, you commence, please.
Well, boy, it really is hard because they're all very knowledgeable. Whoever briefed them good. But I think it's number 2.
So, right smack dab in the middle with the 2, and we're down there to soupy sales.
No, they really are. Whoever briefed them, really, they're just great. But I picked number 1.
We have a 1 and a 2 and a Kitty Carlisle.
Well, 1 may be a registered nurse for all I know, but I sure think she cares for poor eagles.
And so you're giving 1 to her. Right, a pair of 1s and the 2. Here's Bill Cullen.
All the answers were sensational, but during the beginning, when they all came out and stood, number 2 was in the middle. She was closest to the eagle. And I figured she was the one that would take the chance of being close to him because he had a short Jessie, which was my Uncle Elmer's problem. But anyway, I voted for number 2.
Well, there we go, friends. We've got 2 2s and 2 1s, and the votes are in. Will the real Doris Megger please stand up? Ms. Megger! Good team over there. Let's get some of the particulars. Number 1, now, what is your real name, please, and what do you do?
My name is Sally Keith, and I'm a remedial reading teacher in New York City.
Oh, good. And number 3, you could have fooled me all the way. Tell me about yourself. What is your real name? What do you do?
My name is Connie McElhenney, and I'm president of McElhenney Properties Incorporated, which is a realtor's firm in Loudoun County, Virginia.
Well, nice to have you here. Ms. Megger, is the bald eagle extinct or becoming extinct because of predators, man in particular, or because of pesticides?
It really is becoming endangered, or it is endangered because of the habitat, the loss of habitat, and shooting. These are number 1 and number 2.
I see, but just loss of habitat is just that it's getting fewer and fewer uninhabited places.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Megger. It's a joy to have you with us, and thank you, ladies, as well. Take care now. Well, Doris Megger is concerned with man's inhuman treatment of birds of prey, but our next guest was once very much concerned with man's inhumanity to man. Stick around. It's going to be interesting.
Wrinkles and puffiness under your eyes. I recommend sudden change under eye. Look, before sudden change and after. Sudden change under eye.
Exciting news for perm users. Pro Perm Shampoo has special perm extenders that add weeks to the life of your perm and leave your curls soft and manageable. Pro Perm Shampoo.
Brittle nails that break and won't grow? Get Nutrinail. Short brittle nails grow in just 5 to 7 days. Nutrinail. Short brittle nails grow. Guaranteed.
Soon you'll be on your way. Soon another busy day. Before your morning starts anew, take a moment just for you.
Folgers crystals are made with mountain-grown beans for rich ground roast aroma that surrounds you.
As that aroma fills your cup, this moment lifts you up. The best part of waking up.
Folgers crystals.
Kept awake by snoring? And do you wake up with headaches, stiff neck, tense shoulders? Introducing the OmniFit 2000 orthopedic pillow, whose patented multi-layer design conforms to your head and neck as you move. And OmniFit's unique construction circulates excess body heat for added comfort. Ordinary pillows don't support your spine, and your neck can be contorted and twisted, so you wake up with headaches, muscle pains, and stiffness. Your breathing passages can be blocked too, forcing you to snore. Invented by a spine surgeon for his patients, the OmniFit 2000 is now available to solve your sleeping problems too.
I don't find the kinks and cramps in my neck in the mornings. I don't have to listen to him snore. I don't have the headaches or the neck pain I used to have, and it's great.
Order the OmniFit 2000 right now, and the doctor will also send you this special guide to relaxing your neck and shoulders from everyday stress.
To order your OmniFit 2000, call 1-800-532-1221. That's 1-800-532-1221. Or send $19.95 plus shipping and handling to the address on your screen.
Now let's meet an ex-prisoner of war.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Dennis Rowland.
Number 2.
My name is Dennis Rowland.
Number 3.
My name is Dennis Rowland.
Now, in case you were wondering why we played Colonel Bogey's March while these gentlemen marched down, I'm sure that you should know the music was the background for the motion picture Bridge Over the River Kwai. Now, what you may not know is that the movie was based on fact, and it is indeed a very real bridge. And I'd like you to listen to Dennis Rowland's real-life reminiscence. He says, I, Dennis Rowland, helped build the famous bridge over the River Kwai. During some of the darkest days of World War II, Allied prisoners of war were forced to build a railway link and bridge in Thailand. Thousands died from malnutrition, malaria, cholera, dysentery, beriberi, and outright brutality. Recently, I walked across the bridge over the River Kwai as part of a joint pilgrimage involving both the Japanese and their ex-prisoners. We were all trying to bury, once and for all, the hatreds and bitterness that accompanied the building of that infamous Death Railway. Signed, Dennis Rowland. And let's start the questioning with Bill Cullen, why not?
It's a great song. Number 2, to begin with, we were talking, who wrote that song?
It's an old British song. I don't know who wrote it, sir.
Okay. Number 2, I will stay with you. Recently, there were a group of Americans, and I think British, who traveled to Japan to celebrate or mark an anniversary of the bridge. Were you in that group?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, number 3, a lot of the people in that group, as well as some who were not in the group, feel that they're still a little too angry to forgive and forget. Is that true?
That's correct.
There were people there who, although they walked across the bridge, each carrying their flag, the American and Japanese flag, people there don't think that was such hot shakes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Number 1, which of these two sides were you on? Obviously, well, I'll let you answer.
I went there, Mr. Cullen, to try to reduce the air of animosity that was existing at that period, to try to let bygones be bygones.
Well, number 1, when you were there, did you ever think that you would ever say to anybody, I went there to try to induce animosity and let bygones be bygones?
No, frankly, I did not.
Were you...
We got a buzzer, and we're going to please Peggy.
Number 3, how many people, not how many people showed up, but who showed up the most people? The Japanese, the British, or the Americans?
Primarily Japanese.
Thank you. Well, number 2, were the Japanese as bad as we were led to believe during the building of the bridge over the River Kwai?
I would say you'd have to be in the Oriental frame of mind to consider which is good and which is bad.
Well, I mean, they beat up on you, right?
They were Orientals.
Well, I go to a Chinese restaurant. I'm never in fear for my life. Boy, it would be hard for me, boy. Wow. Number 1, wasn't there one American who refused to march over the bridge at all?
Yes, there was.
Where was he from?
He was from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Thank you. Number 3, how long were you a prisoner of war?
A little over 3 years.
How many pounds did you lose while you were a prisoner of war?
Well, I lost half my weight. I was 160. I was 80 pounds.
I must say I have heard of Christian charity, but boy, you really are something else. Number 2, what do you think was accomplished, really? Do you think that a state of forgiveness exists now, or did you just go there? I would have gotten burned up all over again. I mean, do you think this accomplished something?
Yes, I did. I accomplished the inner satisfaction of not holding any animosity towards my fellow former captains.
Thank you.
And that buzzer takes us, please, down to Soupy.
Yes. Number 1, are you American?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Number 2, how accurate was the movie?
About 50%.
Number 3, was it an English guy in charge of the men?
Yes, he was a lieutenant colonel.
Number 1, was it agreed upon that he was the head of the American and everybody else that were prisoners of war there?
That's correct. The Japanese elected the highest ranking officer in the camp.
Number 2, how many men were there at that camp?
Well, there were various camps. I was in one camp that held about 1,600.
Number 3, when they blew it up, did they rebuild it all over again, or what?
It was never really blown up. There was some damage done later on in the war, there was some damage done by planes, but it was amended. There was no blow up at all. That was a fallacy.
It's kind of disillusioning, isn't it, if you saw the picture, but that's what happened. Let's go to Kitty.
Number 3, did you feel that you forgave the Japanese because they were acting according to their Oriental lights?
Well, yes, because a lot of time has elapsed, but a very good friend of mine refused to walk across the bridge because of that.
And was he there with you?
Yes, he was.
He came all the way and then refused to walk?
Right.
Who was it?
His name was Milne. He's a friend of mine.
Uh-huh. And number two, was he there with you too?
Yes, sir.
And was
yes,
he...
ma'am.
What happened to you in that bridge?
Are you sore because you forgot the salute?
Do you believe he was right not to have marched? Was he worse treated than you were?
Well, we all have our own philosophy, and I didn't try to influence him. He didn't try to influence me.
I see. Number one, did you pay your own way, all of you who went?
Yes, I did. I had to cash in several life insurance policies to go.
Did you? But you wanted to do it to lay those ghosts to rest.
I felt I had to do it.
Number three, are you married?
I have been. I'm not married now.
Oh, because I wondered how your wife might have felt. I think I would have sided with Peggy, I'm afraid.
Well, in any event, the battle is over, the bell has rung, and the ballots must start. And they start with either 1 or 2 or 3. And Bill Cullen, if you've come to a decision, I'd like to know what it is.
Pretty hard for us to find out anything. They obviously all know more about that than we do. I voted for number 1 because, I don't know, the idea at the end where he said he had to cash in a couple of life insurance policies in order to go. I wouldn't have thought of that, so I voted for him.
All right, so we have a 1, and here comes Miss Cass.
Well, I really admire the gesture. I mean, I don't think I could bring myself to do it, but I admire it. But, you know, number 2 kind of smiled at me as though he was way beyond what I'm thinking, and I voted for 2.
All right, so we have a 1 and a 2 and Soupy.
Well, at first I thought it was number 2 because he's still wearing a crew cut. That probably was much easier in the service over there. But number 1, when he was very intent about doing the relationship and everything, and so I voted for him.
Pair of 1s and a 2 and a Kitty Carlisle.
Well, I think it's number 3, to tell you the truth. I really do. I think it's number 3. But I agree with Peggy. I admire the gesture. And number 2 seems like a very forthright fellow who just went because he wanted to lay those ghosts to rest. So I voted for him.
So you just said that you believe it's number 3, but you're voting for number 2.
That's right.
And that's the only explanation. I believe it's 3, but I'm voting for 2. Well, we'll accept that. And all right, friends, the votes are all in. So at this moment, will the real Dennis Rowland please stand up? There you go. Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Now, if you'll be seated, sir, we'll find out from number 1 what his name is and what do you do, sir?
My name is Gene Bergen. I'm with the Virginia Flick Real Estate Agency in Glen Ridge, New Jersey.
And number 3, tell me about you, please.
My name is Joe Hansen, and I'm a liquor distributor in New York City.
Ah. Well, I want to tell you, I join in the group. I admire the extent of your ability to forgive. I would like to think I would be able to forgive that much. I have my doubts, but I'm proud to have met you, sir, and thank you very much for being here. Gentlemen.
International calling plans with one flat rate sound like a good idea at first, but try calling during the week.
Bonjour, je suis pas là. Laissez-moi un message. Merci.
Here's a plan that makes more sense. Introducing a great new rate from Sprint Sense International on weekends. 30 cents a minute to France, Germany, and Italy. Call now for this incredible rate to France all weekend.
You're home. It's a miracle. No, it's a Saturday.
Get the same low 30-cent rate to Germany.
Hans, I have wonderful things to tell you.
And to Italy, too, all weekend long.
What are you doing, Nona? Oh, caro mia. It's Sunday. I'm making lasagna.
Plus, you'll get Sprint's famous dime-a-minute domestic rate. Call now and find out about Sprint's low rates to other countries, too. What a great idea. Incredible rates at convenient times for you and the people you call. 30 cents a minute to France, Germany, and Italy all weekend. Call now. 1-800-390-3798.
Hi, I'm Bob Vila with the Craftsman Auto Lock, the latest breakthrough from Sears Craftsman Tools. How's it going under there, Stan?
Well, Bob, I've been doing a lot better. I don't have to waste so much time adjusting these locking pliers.
Use these Craftsman Auto Lock locking pliers. They size themselves and lock tight with just one squeeze. Set the top jaw in place, squeeze the handles, and Autolock locks tight automatically. There's no screw adjustment for sizing, no on-again, off-again refitting. It's all done automatically. Hey, it looks like the whole family's discovered Autolock.
Yeah, it locks onto these rusted nuts and loosens them with one twist.
And remember, when you buy from Sears, your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. So don't wait. Call now to order your Craftsman Autolock pliers.
Have your Sears card or the credit card ready and call 1-800-351-3900. That's 1-800-351-3900. Or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Call right now.
Once upon a time, there was an extremely excited contestant.
Am I breathing still? Tell me.
She answered questions from out of this world.
Mars?
And beat brilliant opponents, but was always defeated by the horrible devil.
Oh, no!
But like all fairy tales, this one too has a happy ending.
Joker, Joker, Joker!
The moral of this story is that everybody should watch Joker's Wild on Game Show Network, and we'll all live happily ever after.
You know, I'm very grateful that we have people like Mrs. Mager who does things like protecting our wildlife, but sometimes I think people can overdo. I know in Maine, in the place where I live in the summertime, there's a lady up there, she really just loves animals. She spent whole summer sitting around crocheting tiny toupees for bald eagles.
What we have her on?
Well, we'll get her on next, right after the other one we had another woman up there, and she spent a whole summer with hummingbirds, teaching them the lyrics so they wouldn't have to go around humming all the time. You know, and it can get kind of out of hand, but we'll see next time around.
In addition to the cash awards, our first team of challenges will receive Sarah Coventry, the exclusive fashion jewelry that you can buy from a friend. Sarah Coventry, the jewelry with know-how. Our second team will receive Turtle Wax, the world's largest selling liquid car wax. Cleans, polishes, protects in one easy operation. Turtle Wax with the hard shell finish. This is Bill Wendell speaking for To Tell the Truth, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
You're watching Game Show Network.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Tom McKee.
Number two.
My name is Tom McKee.
And number three.
My name is Tom McKee.
Only one of these people is the real Tom McKee and has sworn to tell the truth. And now, from Studio 6A in New York's Rockefeller Center, let's meet our panel. Our Prince of Poetry, Nipsey Russell. Star of their Playing Our Song on Broadway, Anita Gillette. The ham that made West Virginia famous, Soupy Sales. And Broadway's favorite Texas Madam, Fannie Flagg. And that's our panel. And here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Robin Ward.
Thank you. Such a good-looking studio audience. Wish I could turn the camera on you. Just look terrific. It's great to see you here. You open your envelopes and follow along as I read. Exhausting. I, Tom McGee, a U.S. Navy pilot, am really flying. In 46 appearances on the daily television game show Tic-Tac-Toe, I won 88 consecutive games and came away with cash and prizes worth more than $312,000. My prizes included 8 cars, 3 boats, 2 canoes, a piano, a hot tub, and 16 different luxury vacations.
My word.
My win makes me the biggest winner ever in the history of television game shows. Signed, Tom McGee. Let's start the questioning with Anita.
Oh, number one. Was tic-tac-toe your biggest, you won the most money on tic-tac?
That was the only show that I did.
Oh, the only show. Number two, was that the only show you won?
That's right.
That
the only
much?
game show.
Number three, did you have to have a lot of luck or more knowledge? I don't know that show.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Number two, what did the income tax people do to you?
They haven't done anything yet. Won't do it until April of '81.
Number one, do you know what they're going to do? I mean, do they take away half of your money or what?
No, it's income averaging, and it's going to put me in a lower tax bracket, I hope.
I see. Number two,
And we go to Soupy.
Yeah, you won all those prizes. If you lived in New York, you could open your own bank. Number one, who produces Tic-Tac-Toe?
It's Barry Enright.
Number two, who's the host?
Martin.
Number three, how did you get on the show?
Just call them up and ask them to take the test that they give.
Number one, have you heard from a lot of relatives and things about all the prizes?
Well, quite a few, yeah.
Number two, you're going to sell the prizes, you're going to keep them?
I've already sold some. A lot of them in my garage.
Yeah, I don't know. Number three, what is the, I'm sorry, I didn't hear, what was the total winnings? Did it say how much it was?
$312,000.
What's the income tax on that, number three?
It's going to depend. We haven't figured it all out yet, but it's going to be somewhere around 70 to 80,000.
And we go to Fanny.
number two, are you married?
Yes.
Oh, number one. Number three,
Yes.
you're married? I see. Number one, let me ask you this. Now, on these 16 trips, where did you get foreign countries?
No, I haven't gone on any of the trips. I have a year to use them, but being in the Navy, I simply don't have the opportunity to go to places like Tahiti or Bangkok.
Do you have something to Europe?
One trip was to Brussels, Vienna, and I believe the Tyrolean Alps, but I'm not going to be going on that one either.
82, we'll do it. Number three, when you won all of these things, were you just totally stunned? Were you able to just keep going, or?
Well, obviously I kept going, but...
Well, now let me ask you something. Are you in the Navy?
Yes.
How could you get out of the Navy?
And we go to Nipsey.
Number one, at what studio is that show taped?
That's done at Television City in Hollywood.
Yeah, number two, which produces that, Jack Barry or Dan Enright?
Jack Barry.
I see. Number three, what does one have to avoid on that board to keep? Is it a dragon? Is it a?
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Okay. Number three, you say it will be only $70,000 tax on $312,000 income?
Roughly.
All right. Number one, you say that money will put you in a lower tax bracket?
Through income averaging, yes, and not all the prizes were cash.
I see. In averaging income, how many years back do they go?
One.
Oh, I see. All right. Number two.
Ringing the bell, and that means time is up, and now it's time, panel, to vote for number one, for number two, or for number three. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real Tom McGee, and we pay $100 for each incorrect vote. And 4 incorrect votes will give our team of challengers $500. So the ballot's all marked, panel. Anita, have you made your decision?
Well, yes, I've made a decision. I don't know exactly why. I just think number one seems to know more. I really have no idea.
Okay, and Soupy, who got you?
Well, they all three were great. Number two had problems figuring out. He said he said Martindale, and I think if you won that kind of money, you'd know him backwards and forwards. And number one knew right away it was Barry and Enright in the studio. I'm not saying number one.
All right, and Fanny, who got your vote?
Well, I wasn't on that show, and I have trouble saying Wink Martindale. I voted for number two, because he just looks tickled to death, and he looks happy.
And Nipsey, who'd you vote for?
Well, I had number two in mind, but it's really Dan Enright who is the line producer of that show, who's there most of the time. So I went for number three. I know that you go back 5 years in averaging income.
All right, you voted for number three, as do some of our studio audience. Now we're going to find out which of these people is in fact making his 48th appearance on a game show this very day. Will the real Tom McGee please stand up? Now, through the courtesy of the producers, we have a bit of videotape of Tom's last appearance on Tic-Tac-Toe. If you just watch the monitor here, you'll see Tom in action.
88 games. You missed 32 questions all total out of 385. And you were on, as I mentioned, 46 shows. Ladies and gentlemen, that is quite an accomplishment, is it not? Of course, you're already in the Guinness Book of World Records, and you sort of set a hallmark for contestants to follow on this show and all other game shows, Tom.
Tom, congratulations. Marvelous. Before we talk to Tom, let's find out who our imposters are. Number one, you got yourself 2 votes. Would you tell us, please, who you are and what you do?
My name is Sherwood Brooks, and I'm a pilot and traffic reporter at WSYR Radio in Syracuse, New York.
Yeah, that's good. And number 2, can you tell us about yourself?
I'm Peter Van Winkle, Senior Vice President, Sunbanks of Florida.
Oh, fantastic. Tom, this is you've won $312,000. This is an all-time record in game shows. With your cut of today's show, it'll be $166, and it's a Tell the Truth T-shirt. So it's really fantastic. There were 3 incorrect votes. You've won yourselves $300. Thank you for joining us on the show. We'll see 2 of you on one-on-one. Thank you, gentlemen. We're back after these messages, so stay where you are.
Remember when a candy bar used to cost a dime? Now, Robin?
We are back, and let's meet our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Lenore Madruga.
Number 2.
My name is Lenore Madruga.
And number 3.
My name is Lenore Madruga.
All right, panel, once again, you can open your envelopes and follow along, if you would, as I read. I, Lenore Madruga, am a wife and mother, and until 1974 also had a successful career as a model and fashion commentator. Then I fell victim to cancer, to which I lost my left leg and part of my pelvis. I fought off dependence on painkillers and was determined to live as normally as human will and modern technology would allow. I worked with a specialist to design an artificial limb that was virtually indistinguishable from my real one. Once I learned to use it, there was no stopping me. Within months, I was back at work and again able to dance, drive a car, ride horses, and even water ski. My book about this experience shares its name with a foundation I've started for amputees like me. It is called One Step at a Time. Signed, Lenore Madruga. And welcome in. It's good to see you. And panel, these 3 courageous ladies all claim to be Lenore Madruga. Let's start the questioning with Nipsey.
Number 1, is the car that you drive equipped with a gear mechanism that can be done just by the hand?
No, it isn't. I drive a sports car.
Is it a regular gear shift sports car? Number 2, you say you are a wife and a mother? Did you have your child before your illness?
Yes, I did.
And sticking with number 2, you say you back to dancing?
Yes.
Just any kinds of dancing?
Disco dancing.
Disco dancing?
That's what I was doing beforehand.
Now, number 3, the affidavit stated that the leg was indistinguishable in sight from your real leg. Is it made of some fabric different from ordinary prosthetic legs are made?
Well, it's made from metal underneath, and then it has foam rubber on the top, and then it's...
And we go to Anita.
Oh, we do? Oh, okay. Number 1, how long was your rehabilitation period?
With the prosthetic limb?
Yes.
I got the limb, and in about 2 weeks I was walking.
In 2 weeks. Number 2, what company made your...
It wasn't a company. No. It was a private prosthetist.
I see.
And he does this. People come to him, and you give him... He measures you and orders this. And there's no set company in this country. That's why I'm starting this organization, because I want to get an organized company so people know where to go, so it's standardized throughout the country.
Number 3, did you have to go through any chemotherapy when you had your cancer?
No chemotherapy, no.
I see. Number 1, did you have to have any chemotherapy?
No, they were able to cure me.
And we go to Soupy.
I really admire you, whoever it is, very much. Where did this happen, number 1?
At,
where are you from?
Oh, I'm from California.
Number 2, where are you from?
Tracy, California.
Number 3, where are you from?
Tracy, California.
Number 1, what does your husband do?
He's a rancher.
Uh-huh. Number 2, you were a model for any agency?
No. I was doing runway modeling, and I was doing still photography for department stores, things like
Number
that.
3, answer me this because I do not know. When you are a victim of cancer, do they ask you, I mean, is it, you should not have any more kids, or is is it advisable not to?
I could have had other children, but I would have been bedridden for quite a long time, and my husband and I discussed it and decided that it was better.
And we go to Fanny.
Number 2, who publishes your book?
McGraw-Hill.
Number 3, Signet. Number 1,
McGraw-Hill, hardcover and paperback Signet.
is it out?
Yes,
Good. Is it selling?
it's in its 3rd printing.
Terrific. Number 2, you mentioned painkillers. What kind of painkillers were you?
Well, I was taking a morphine-like drug, and then I took anything at all because the pain was terrible. After you get a leg taken off, there's like a horrible phantom pain. And what happened was I got addicted to the drugs.
To morphine?
It was a morphine-like drug, and I took morphine and codeine and Darvon and any drug I'd take until I couldn't see anymore, and then I had to go to cold turkey.
They're ringing the bell, panel, and that means the time is up, and now it's time to vote for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real Lenore Madruga. And the ballot's all marked, panel. Nipsey?
Yes.
Who'd you vote for?
Number 2 had the information about runway modeling, and the terminology was correct. But I took a different tack. I just went on the brightness and the cheeriness of the countenance while they were talking to us, and I picked number 1.
Okay. And Anita, who'd you vote for?
Yes, well, I felt very much like Nipsey. I felt that number 1 seems to have a thing about her, an aura. Yes.
Okay, and Soupy?
I thought they were all marvelous, and number 2 seemed to, I mean, she didn't pad her part to say that she was a big-time model or a big-time dancer and everything, and she seemed, when talking about the drug aspect of it, I voted for number 2.
All right, and Fanny, who got your vote?
I voted for number 2 because she seemed terribly intent upon getting her message across, and I wish her, whoever it is, luck.
Well, our panel is divided, as usual. Now we're going to find out, in fact, which of these ladies has had the courage to take life one step at a time. Will the real Lenore Madruga please stand up? Before we talk to Lenore, let's find out who our imposters are. Number 2, you've got yourself a couple of votes. Would you tell us, please, who you are and what you do?
My name is Pat Doro, and I'm a dentist in private practice here in Manhattan.
And number 3, could you tell us something about yourself,
My
please?
name is Patsy Parasuti, and I'm a wife and mother.
All right. Now, we have some videotape of Lenore, which I'm sure you will find somewhat amazing. If you watch the monitor here, you'll see. Boy, that is amazing. How long before you could do this, Lenore?
Well, it's about a year after surgery, and the reason I did it is because the feeling of independence and freedom that I have on a water ski, it makes me feel quite whole and normal, and it, believe me, it's worth the strain and the effort to get on that water ski.
There you go. Well, Lenore, not only are you an incredibly charming person, but you're a great inspiration to other people across the country who've had this terrible illness.
Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to have you on the show. I'm sure many people out there would like to know where they can write to get more information on your organization.
Right.
If you could tell us.
One step at a time, Tracy, California.
All right, that's simple enough.
Yes.
Thank you very much. There were 2 incorrect votes. You've won yourself $200. We're going to see 2 of you back on one-on-one, so don't go away. Lenore, continued success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll be coming back right after these messages, so please don't go away. Thank you.
Watch Prime Games and
If it doesn't make this year's cleanup a breeze, so call 1-800-652-6060. No COD orders, please.
Why is everybody talking work?
I love to play games.
Here are 4 people you've met before. Coming up. Now, panel, you, of course, have run across Sherwood and Peter, who pretended to be Lieutenant Tom McKee, and, of course, Pat and Patsy, who just left us, who were imposters for Lenore Madruga. Now, you do know something about these people. There's one fact about one of them that we have withheld from you until this very moment. One of these four people is also involved in a fairly ordinary activity, except that they do it underwater. It's up to you to find out what the activity is and who does it. And, Fanny, are you ready to question Sherwood?
I am ready.
Hit it, Mama.
Single Sherwood. Sherwood, what do you do under the water, honey?
Play golf.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Do you play with other people or by yourself?
No, there are three of us that play.
I see. What are the balls made out of?
Brass.
Fanny, is Sherwood our underwater golf player, yes or no?
Oh, who cares? Yes, I
That's
think
a yes for Sherwood. And, Soupy, are you ready to question Peter?
Yes.
Hit us.
Peter, what is it that you do?
I play hockey.
You play underwater?
Right.
How many guys are on the team?
5.
I want to go out and tell Chicken Little and Henny Penny. How long, what do you use a regular hockey puck? Do you...
Right, it's brass.
Brass?
Soupy, is Peter our underwater hockey player, yes or no?
Certainly,
That's
yes.
a yes for Peter. And, Anita, are you ready to question Pat?
Pat, is it that you bat gold fillings around the bottom of the sea or something?
No.
What
I play co-ed volleyball.
Co-ed volleyball underwater. Where do you do this activity?
We do it at the Health and Rec Club here in Manhattan.
In the swimming pool? I see. Do you have enough of the deep... You just do it in the water, though?
Yes.
I see. Do you...
Anita, does Pat play under the water, yes or no?
She said no. I mean, no, she plays in the water, not under it.
No, I said under.
Does she play in or under the water, yes or
No.
no? No for Pat. And Nipsey, you ready to question Pat?
Yes.
Start now.
Patsy, what do you do underwater?
I tap dance.
Tap dance underwater. Do you do it vertically or, upside down or
No, standing up.
standing up? Now, what's the surface of the pool like?
I do it in a box.
In a box?
Yes.
Underwater. And gives that glass panels to the sides of the box. Can people see you do it?
I'm sorry,
Are there glass panels to the sides of...
Nipsey, does Patsy put herself in a box and tap dance underwater, yes or no?
Well, of all the things that have been said here that are possible underwater, I'd say yes, she did.
That's a yes for Patsy. The decisions have been made, and now it's time for the truth. Will a real person who does something peculiar under the water please stand up?
You can't fool a brass ball.
There you go. You betcha.
Now, panel, I thought you might like to see what an underwater hockey stick looks like, and that's what it is right there. And speaking of brass, we have the brass puck here, which is a pretty heavy little devil. And we also have a tape to show you just how underwater hockey is played, if you look at your monitor here.
Game's great exercise. Developed so that anyone can play.
I wanted to ask about scuba gear.
You have to use strategy and teamwork. Practically no body contact because the two hands have to be on the stick. Teams range in size from 3 for family pools to 5 for Olympic. You have tournaments, and like any tournament, you have a referee.
Is it across the line or in a net?
Across the line.
Across the line.
Deep end.
I guess playing hockey underwater kind of cuts down on your spectators, doesn't it?
We have a lot of underwater spectators.
Do you help out in the scuba gear?
We've had as many as 200 people.
Well, it's an interesting concept. I think it's probably an interesting game. I don't know. To each his own. There were 2 incorrect votes. You won $200. We thank you for joining us on One-on-One, and don't drown, okay? Thank you, Peter. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back after these messages. So, go right along.
Poor Joe. I'll bet it was for transportation. I had no idea how much it would improve Marge and Joe's lives.
Call 1-800-909-7766 now for a free, no-obligation, in-home rascal demonstration. That's 1-800-909-7766. Call now.
Robin. Well, you know, this puck is heavy. Feel that?
It's not heavy. It's my brother. It is.
On that note, we will say goodbye. And
How about this note?
Thank you for joining us.
I look at it like this.
To our great studio audience, we thank you for coming down. We'll see you the same time next time on What Else? To Tell the Truth.
Sisters, a Mark Goodson, Gary Conlon production.
Number one, what is your name, please?
My name is Chuck Jones.
Number two.
My name is Chuck Jones.
And number three.
My name is Chuck Jones.
Only one of these people is the real Chuck Jones and has sworn to tell the truth. Good Morning America's Pat Collins. Poetry's gift to comedy, Nipsey Russell. Author and photographer, Canada's Margaret Trudeau. And the toast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, John Wade. And that's our panel. And here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Robin Ward.
A great group. Thank you for coming. And panel, you're looking terrific. Are you ready to play? And
We
Nipsey,
are
you
ready to play, indeed. We learn in youth to tell the truth. It is our one desire. But to be a winner on To Tell the Truth, you got to be a convincing liar.
Let's get right down to the problem presented by our first team of challengers, all three of whom claim to be Chuck Jones. And panel, if you would be so good as to follow along as I read this affidavit.
We will indeed.
All right, Nipsey. I, Chuck Jones, am a producer, director, and film animator. I originated such characters as Roadrunner, Pepe Le Pew, and Wile E. Coyote. I also share credit for the origin and development of Porky Pig, Daffy Duck, and the ever-popular Bugs Bunny. All my cartoon characters represent an exaggeration of what I am or what I would like to be. But the smart-aleck, devil-may-care Bugs Bunny is like an adopted child. In the course of my career, it has been a great honor to receive a Peabody Award, as well as 3 motion picture Oscars. Signed, Chuck Jones. Okay, panel, these 3 people all claim to be Chuck Jones, film animator and Oscar winner. And let's start the questioning with the lovely Pat Collins.
Number one, how long ago did you develop Bugs Bunny?
1939 is when he first came out.
And where did you get the idea from?
Just a character that I enjoyed seeing, and I started drawing.
Number 3, you said that in a way the characters are a part of your personality, but when you got down to doing so many others, Porky Pig, Daffy Duck, were they based on other people, characteristics and people you either liked or didn't like?
No, I never had to leave home. I mean, if it was Wile E. Coyote, why, he represented what I didn't want to be, and if it was Bugs Bunny, it was what I did want to be.
Number 2, do you draw all the characters yourself?
Oh, yes. Yep.
And what was your background? Did you want to be a portrait painter or something else?
Well, actually, I started out as a newspaper reporter, and I just admired this fellow named Al Banks was a cartoonist in the paper, and
Thank you, Pat. And we go to Nipsey.
Number one, those characters discussed in this affidavit are as well known for their voices as for their appearances. What's the name of the man who does the voices for most of these characters?
Mel Blanc did the male voices.
Mel Blanc. Number 3, what is the Peabody Award, and for what is it given?
The Peabody Award is given for television excellence. It doesn't necessarily apply to any single picture. It may be a group of pictures.
Number 2, did you know a cartoon character by the name of Ignatz?
Ignatz?
Yes.
I knew a television character by the name of Ignatz.
Number 3, do you know a cartoon character by the name of Ignatz the Mouse? Number 3?
Are you speaking number 1 or number 3?
I was speaking to number 1. He said no, and then I asked you.
Yes, I didn't know there was a character named Big
Who
Max
was the
Cats.
first of the cartoon characters that went in the movies? The very first.
Well, to my remembrance, it was a character named well, it was Windsor McKay's character, Gertie the dinosaur.
Was Mickey?
Thank you, Nipsey. And we go to Margaret.
Number 2, do you still you're still involved in this,
Oh, yes.
creating these, and you get all the royalties and everything from them, or are you owned by a corporation?
Oh, no. No.
No, it's all an individual basis. Bugs Bunny is owned by you.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Number 1, do you agree with that?
Yes. No.
Yes, it's not part of a corporation. Number 3, your humor, did you find yourself a very humorous person? I mean, your humor is represented in your cartoon characters, but as a person, are you funny?
Well, I think I'm more pathetic.
Number 2, how long does it take to make an animated cartoon?
Well, if you're talking about the physically making it,
Yes, the
putting it
technical
down
side of it.
pencil and paper, that's rather fast. It's the germination of the idea
Yes.
and the situation that takes time.
And when did the big revolution come in animation?
Well,
to make it very fast.
Very big revolution?
Yes.
I'd say about 20 years ago.
Thank you, Margaret. And we go to John Wade.
All right, number 1, of the characters mentioned here in the affidavit, there are a couple who are natural enemies, always against each other. Which 2?
Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner.
Okay, number 3, tell me one of the motion pictures for which you received an Oscar. Number 2, you tell me.
I received an Oscar for... There's no full-length motion picture, incidentally.
It says as well 3 motion picture Oscars. Name one of them.
Yeah. Bugs Bunny and the Royal Canary.
Okay, number 1, name another, please.
Wiley LePew, or Pepe Le Pew.
Okay, sticking with number 1, who's the animator on the recent movie Raggedy Ann and Andy? Who's the animator?
I think that was Hanna-Barbera.
Okay, number 3, do you know that?
I was the animator on the last one.
Okay, who animated that with you?
Panel, that little bell tells us that the time is up. And now it's the magic time to vote for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3. Whoever, in your opinion, is the real Chuck Jones. Now, once again, we'll pay $100 for each incorrect vote. And if the panel is completely bamboozled by our team of challengers, they will win $500. Are the ballots all marked, panel? Pat Collins, for whom did you vote?
Well, I have a 3-year-old who goes around saying, "What's up, Doc? What's up, Doc?" at 5 o'clock in the morning. So I think it's you, number 2, who you can come over tomorrow night, and you can get up with her at 6 o'clock in the morning when she's saying, "What's up, Doc?"
Thank you, Pat. And Nipsey, who did you vote for?
I think it's number 3.
And Margaret, who did you vote for?
Well, I'll go along with Nipsey again. I think it's number 3. I think cartoonists usually have pathos in them in order to be really funny. Yes. You look like a cartoonist.
John, who got your vote?
You know, Robin, what's interesting to me, we're talking about cartoons and all this fun, and I've never seen us so serious. They're serious. We're very serious. I voted for number 3, too. I think he has a little wry sense of humor, too.
Okay, comedy is serious business. Now we're going to find out who the real recipient of the Peabody and 3 Oscars is. Will the real Chuck Jones, creator of my favorite duck, Daffy, please stand up.
Number 3.
Okay, let's find out who our imposters are. Number 1, you didn't do so hot, but thanks for coming. Would you tell us who you are and what you do, please?
I'm Dr. Ray Smith, and I'm a surgeon.
Number 2, you got 1 vote. Could you tell us who you are and what you do, please?
My name is Dan Doherty. I'm in public relations with Carl Bayer.
Well, there was 1 incorrect vote, giving you $100 to split 3 ways. Thank you for creating my most favorite character,
Hey,
Daffy
Robin,
Duck.
did you hear what he said?
What?
What did you say about Mickey?
His original name was Mortimer.
Mortimer Mouse.
Well, thanks for being with us on To Tell the Truth. We'll be back right after these words of wisdom. Let's meet our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Mary Kay Ash.
Number 2.
My name is Mary Kay Ash.
And number 3.
My name is Mary Kay Ash.
All right, panel, once again, would you follow along as I read? I, Mary Kay Ash, am founder and board chairman of Mary Kay Cosmetics. I started the company in 1963 with 9 salespeople, $5,000, and 1 skincare formula. Today, my firm manufactures a full line of beauty products and has a sales force of nearly 70,000 women in 3 countries. Their success is routinely rewarded with prizes, luggage, typewriters, diamonds, minks, and Cadillacs. Listen to this. Last year, we gave away $10 million worth of pink automobiles, and these incentives work. I'm not surprised. In 1979, net sales totaled more than $91 million. Not bad for a great-grandmother who opened up shop on Friday the 13th. Signed, Mary Kay Ash. Panel, these 3 ladies all claim to be businesswoman extraordinaire Mary Kay Ash. And let's start the questioning with John Wade.
Well, actually, you'll notice the way my makeup is.
It's a bit off today.
Does it make me look phony?
Too much rouge, I think.
Okay, well, I got to tell you that I know who Mary Kay Ash is, so I have to disqualify myself, and I am very sorry because Nipsey gave me some funny things to say.
Yeah, I did.
I wanted to use them, but I know who she is.
Okay, we move down the line then to Pat Collins.
Number 2, does moisturizer really do any good? I look like a greased pig, morning, noon, and night with that stuff. I want to know whether or not it does any good.
Yes, moisturizer helps you a lot. Especially this time of year when you're out in the sun a lot. But our product, it doesn't make you greasy.
Oh, good. My husband will really be glad to hear that. I'm hard to hold on to. At number 3, it's soap bad for your face? So many people in your business say it is.
Sun.
I'm sorry, number 3, soap. Is soap bad for your face?
Soap is really not very good.
What does it do?
Well, it dries out your skin, takes out the natural oil.
At number 1, 91 million in sales. Wow, how about that? It's a lot of lipstick. What is your, I say lipstick, but what is your biggest selling item?
Our face cream. We have 30 varieties of face cream.
What's so special about it?
Well, it's an old secret formula that a friend sold me a long time ago. Actually, the friend's father used it when he tanned hides, and it's a secret special chemical.
Tanned hides? Oh.
It's hard to believe, but we've taken all the smell out of it, and it's divine now.
At number 2...
And we move along to Nipsey Russell.
Some of the products on television don't do what the commercials claim. I took a bath in Clorox and came out looking the same. Number 2, there was a very famous musical trio called the Mary Kay Trio that performed in the Las Vegas and Reno area. Are you part of that, or were you ever connected with that Mary Kay?
No,
number
not
1?
that Mary Kay.
No. Number 3?
No.
Now, the affidavit said $91 million net sales. Pray, number 3, tell me, what was the gross?
174 million.
Wow. Now, you said, number 1, you had 70,000 representatives. Are they door-to-door salesmen like another well-known line of products?
Very much the same, yes.
Do you have
all our products are sold within the home.
Do you have a catch thing by which you're identified, like knock, knock, who's there? I'm the Avon lady, but the bell is broken. You know?
Thank you, Nipsey. And we go to Margaret Trudeau.
Number 3, are you basically relying on housewives to do your selling?
No, not necessarily.
Well,
Could be anyone.
Who are the women who come to you to do? They go door to door, basically.
No, they really do not. They go into the home by invitation.
Aha, I see. Number 1, you have quite a suntan. Do you think the sun is good for your skin? You don't. Your
Too much
products
sun is not good for the skin, but if you lubricate your skin properly, there's no problem. And wear a sunscreen.
Number 2, which part of the face has no oil glands?
The cheeks, mostly.
Do you agree with that, number 3?
Yes.
And number 1?
Yes.
And number 2, have you been... oh, sorry, out there. Number 2, you started this business only 20 years ago. What did you do before?
Well, at first, that's when I had to make a living for my family. My husband and I divorced our first husband. I sold Stanley products.
Time is up, panel. And with the exception of John Wade, who forfeits his vote and gives them $100, Will the rest of the panel please vote for number 1, for number 2, or for number 3? Whoever, in your opinion, is the incredible Mary Kay Ash. Once again, we pay $100 for each incorrect vote, and if the panel is completely fooled, the team of challengers will win $500. Are the ballots all marked? Pat, for whom did you vote?
Well, I've done it to myself. I've fallen into that trap that I suppose I shouldn't. I picked the one who has the most makeup on. Now, isn't that silly? Because it's probably not her. But I've picked number 3 anyway. See, what did I do to myself?
Nipsey, who'd you vote for?
Well, I can't believe that she's a grandmother.
She's a great-grandmother.
That's what I meant, a great-grandmother. But I picked number 3 because it appears to me that her makeup is more artistically applied.
So you did the same thing.
We have another 3. Margaret, who did you vote for?
Well, I think number 2 is the one. I just have a feeling that she's the kind of woman who's followed through in this kind of enterprise.
Okay, now we're going to find out which of these people is the founder of her own cosmetics company. Will the real and vivacious and incredible Mary Kay Ash please stand up? Okay, let's find out who our imposters are. Number 1, thanks for coming. Would you tell us who you are and what you do, please?
I'm Myra Garcia, and I'm president of the American Cancer Society in Garden City, Long Island.
Number 2, you got 1 vote. Could you tell us something about yourself?
I'm Ruth Carter from Plains, Georgia.
This is a very silly question, probably, but your name is Carter, and you're from Plains. Are you by any chance related to another family of a similar name from the same part of the world?
I am. From Washington.
What, are you a cousin, or?
I'm a cousin of Rosalind. Rosalind Carter.
You're welcome. Okay, there was 1 incorrect vote and 1 disqualification, giving $200 to our team of challengers. And thank you very much for being with us, lovely ladies, on To Tell the Truth. And we'll be back to play To Tell the Truth one-on-one right after these words.
If you're not playing along at GSN.com, I'm not going to speak to you ever again. I guess that makes these guys the lucky ones. Play now!
Panel, we are back, and it's now time to play one-on-one.
Oh, yeah?
And here are 4 people you have met before. Now, you remember Ray and Daniel are imposters for the cartoonist, and Myra and Ruth for the Mary Kay Ash spot.
Yeah,
now, you've had these people before, but there is one fact about one of them that we have withheld from you deliberately until right now. One of... You finished? One of these 4 people is a needlepoint champ. Right here. And it's up to you to find out which one. Now, you will each have 20 seconds to question the person sitting directly opposite you. At the end of that time, you'll be asked to cast your vote right then and there as to whether that person is the needlepoint champion. Now, once again, the team will get $100 for each incorrect vote, and 4 incorrect votes will bring them $500. John, are you ready to question Ray one-on-one?
I'm all set.
Then start now.
Okay, Ray, what well-known football player does needlepoint?
I think it's Rosie Greer.
Okay, also, what's the difference between needlepoint and knitting?
Needlepoint and knitting?
Yes.
Well, they're both done with a needle, one with the long needle and one with the sharp one.
See, I think the ladies are going to laugh. Who taught you how to do needlepoint?
John, is Ray the needlepoint champion? Yes or no?
No.
That's a no.
And neither am I.
Margaret, are you ready to question Daniel one-on-one?
Yes.
Then start now, please.
How long does it take you to do this?
It took me 3 years to do that.
3 years. And did you draw it first, and then you made your own pattern?
I went to the Museum of Art in Chicago, the Art Institute, and where that Renoir's picture is located.
How long have you been doing this?
I took a color photograph of it.
How long have you been doing this?
Oh, I've been doing this for about 35 years now.
Margaret, is Daniel the needlepoint champion?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Okay. Nipsey, are you ready to question Myra one-on-one?
Yes,
Then
Myra.
hit it.
Do you work from a design, or do you just draw the pictures yourself?
I drew it myself, and then I did the petty point and the needlepoint border.
Well, I want to amplify a question that he asked Ray. What's the difference between needlepoint, knitting, and crocheting?
Well, crocheting is done with 2 needles with sort of a string type.
Time is up. Nipsey, is Myra the needlepoint champion? Yes or no?
How would I know?
Is that a no?
I would guess yes.
We have a yes. Our studio audience says a resounding no, but you don't count. Okay, Pat, are you ready to question Ruth one-on-one?
Yes, sir.
Then start now, please.
Ruth, when did you first start needlepoint? How old were you?
I was about 15.
And what was the first thing you ever did?
Just a tiny little print for my mother for Mother's Day.
And it says you're the champion of needlepoint experts. What is the thing that you've done that won you the championship?
Well,
Pat, I'm afraid our time is up. Is Ruth the needlepoint champion? Yes or no?
I bet she's a great cook, but no, I don't think that she is.
That's another no. Okay, the decisions have been made. We have 2 yes votes and 2 no votes. The moment of truth is upon us. Will the real needlepoint champion please stand up? Okay, there were 3 incorrect votes. You did well for a total of $300 for our team of challengers. Thank you for being with us on To Tell the Truth One-on-One. Panel, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for being with us. Nipsey, thanks for your poems. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you at the same time next time on To Tell the Truth. That's it.
You asked for a pony and got a shirt. Last year, you asked for a car and got underwear. This year, you've asked for a sleigh full of game shows. You're getting the GSN Christmas Marathon. Yuletide Classics on Christmas Eve. Then Super Millionaire on Christmas Day. Santa got it right this time. Classic game shows starting at 9 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Super Millionaire starting at 1 p.m. on Christmas Day.
The network for games.
Have you ever met a lawyer who was a fashion designer? No? Well, he's one of these 3 men. Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Wayne James.
Number 2.
My name is Wayne James.
Number 3.
My name is Wayne James.
Only one of these people is the real Wayne James, and is the only one sworn to tell the truth. Now, let's meet our panel. Actor and raconteur, Orson Bean. Co-star of Golden Girls, Betty White. Co-star of Night Court, Richard Moll. And to tell the truth's very own Kitty Carlisle. Here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Bert. Hi, everyone, and welcome to our show. Good morning, panel.
Good morning.
I would like to start things off today with belated but very sincere and heartfelt thank yous to this lovely lady on my right, Kitty Carlisle. Kitty is one of the veterans of To Tell the Truth. She lives in the East and as a result is not able to be on the program every week, but I'm extremely flattered and very grateful that you took time out to fly out for my debut week.
I wanted to be here with you.
You live in the East, in New York?
Yes.
Have you never thought of living here in Southern California?
I lived here for a while.
And that's it? That tells the whole story right there? Well, again,
I love California.
It's a fine place to live if you don't take it seriously.
Yes, indeed. And we will not take California seriously, but we will take this first story seriously. Let's get to that first story, represented by this team of challengers, all 3 of whom claim to be Wayne James. Here is his story. I, Wayne James, am a designing lawyer. It was my grandfather's dream that I become a lawyer, but it was my dream to become a fashion designer. So while in my last year of law school, I designed my first collection. It was immediately snapped up by Bergdorf Goodman for $50,000. Since then, I've designed 4 more collections. Here is an example of some of my work. It's from my spring collection. Susie is wearing a mustard-colored Irish linen cocktail dress with spaghetti straps and a bouquet of linen flowers at the hem. And here is Karen, who is wearing an A-line fuchsia silk shantung jacket worn over a matching miniskirt. And here, Janice is wearing more silk shantung in a one-shoulder bustier with appliques of wooden shells, rocks, and beads. The silk chiffon pants feature a sloping waistline, high on one side and hip-hugging on the other. Although this collection more than meets the promise of my earlier work, I've now taken on another challenge. This year, I was commissioned to design vestments for Jesuit priests adhering to strict Vatican guidelines. Now, many designers might be daunted by such a request, but after all, isn't it every lawyer's dream to plead his case before the highest court in the land? And it's signed Wayne James. We'll find out more about this A-line attorney right after all claim to be Wayne James, the legal eagle of the fashion world. Kitty, start us off.
Oh, thank you. Number 1, did you ever hear of another famous fashion designer with your last name?
Yes, it designed hats in Paris.
Number 2, who got you the job doing vestments for the Vatican?
I was actually an altar boy myself at Boston College, a Jesuit school, and 2 priests befriended me, and they took my designs to the attention of the Vatican.
Thank you. Number 3, are the vestments heavily embroidered?
No, there's a brocade, a silk brocade that's inset in the front.
I see. And
Richard.
Number 1, how do you achieve a slimming effect with clothes?
Well, you use slim panels or darker colors.
Number 2, why is green considered a tough color to wear? What's bad about that?
Well, mainly because most people don't have a green tone to their skin, and certainly green eyes aren't prevalent. That's the primary reason.
You've never been to Mars. I can see that right now. Number 3.
Betty?
A mustard-colored linen dress with spaghetti straps. I never thought of putting mustard on spaghetti before, but it's an innovative idea. Number 3, did you graduate from law school?
Yes.
Number 1, did you pass the bar?
No, never took the bar.
Number 2, what consists a collection of? What does that connote?
It usually talks about 12 pieces and 40 dresses in a line.
Number...
Orson.
I like the stuff. It's quite attractive. Number 1, now when Bergdorf's paid $50,000 for it, did you have sample dresses all made up?
Yeah, we'd made up samples for a show. I'd made them up. I had them made them up through the last year of my law studies. But they were ideas that I'd pulled together for years. I mean, this was the first collection, so I was stunned to get $50,000.
Good. Number 2, now, do you have annual shows?
Yes, we have an annual showing in New York and in Paris for both spring and fall lines.
Number 3, it's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde existence. As a lawyer, you bring misery to the world. As a designer, you bring joy. Do you ever feel schizophrenic from this?
No, I think one actually works well with the other. They relieve tensions in both areas.
Well, I hope you never sue yourself, number 3.
All right, that signal means we're out of time, but it also means it's time for our panel to vote. And you have to vote for the person you think is the real Wayne James. Is it number 1? Is it number 2? Or is it number 3? And our team of challengers will receive $500 for each incorrect vote with a guarantee of $1,000. And if our panel is fooled completely by these 3 gentlemen, then the team will receive $3,000. Kitty, who'd you vote for?
Well, I didn't vote for number 1 because Charlie James was a famous dress designer, and if you have the same name, you should know who he was. And number 2 said there were 12 pieces and 40 dresses in the collection. That didn't seem to make sense. And number 3 talked about the brocade for the vestments, and I thought that was correct, so I voted for number 3.
That made sense to you, and you voted for number 3. Richard?
Well, number 3 looks too nice to be a lawyer. And number 2, he could be a lawyer, but I don't know. I voted for number 1. Non sequiturs on parade here. Here we go.
That's all right. A vote for number 1. Betty?
I've been lucky all week with the second spot. But this time, he was so quiet and so subtle, I went for number 3.
And Orson, what about you?
Well, I hope he comes out with a snappy little nun's habit for his next thing. I voted for number 2. I think he could have been an altar boy back in the days before he wore an earring, but...
All right, so the votes are all in. Let's recap. We have 1 vote for number 1, 1 for number 2, and number 3 was most convincing. He received 2 votes. Let's find out now who the real artistic attorney is. Will the real Wayne James please stand up? It's number 3. The ladies on our panel, Kitty and Betty, obviously know something about fashion, and they came up with the right identification. Let's find out about our imposters. Number 1, you picked up 1 vote. Who are you and what do you do?
My name's Peter Lavin, and I'm a marketing coordinator for health clubs.
And number 2, you got a vote also. How about you?
My name is Rick Joyce, and I'm a Hollywood gossip reporter on the radio.
Well, there were 2 incorrect votes at $500 a vote, and so the team will receive $1,000. Congratulations. Thank you all, gentlemen, for being with us on To Tell the Truth. We'll be right back with a kid who struck it rich after this. We're back, and it's time now to meet our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Jeffrey Welch.
Number 2.
My name is Jeffrey Welch.
Number 3.
My name is Jeffrey Welch.
Gosh, they all sound like the real Jeffrey Welch, but it's up to our panel to locate that individual, and here is the young man's story. I, Jeffrey Welch, thought for a couple of hours I was a rich man. I found a locked briefcase on the ground near a trash can. I carried the briefcase to a nearby house where my friend Teresa was babysitting. We pried it open and found papers, maps, and a folder. I shook the folder. Wow! Over $2,000 fell out on the floor. Teresa and I hid the money and started making plans on how we were going to spend it. My plan was to buy every tape ever made by Vanilla Ice and Tony, Tony, Tony. All Teresa dreamed about was getting new clothes. But after talking it over, we decided our parents would probably notice if we came home with $2,000 worth of new stuff. So we turned everything over to the police. They found the owner of the briefcase, and he gave us a reward. Maybe I'll get my Vanilla Ice tapes after all. Signed, Jeffrey Welch. We're going to start the questioning with somebody who feels very comfortable with kids. Orson Bean.
Indeed I do. I have 4 of my own. Now, number 2, you're a good man. How much of a reward did the guy give you?
He gave me about $100.
$100 ain't bad. Number 3, did you give any of it to Teresa?
No.
Well, I think Teresa's the number 1. How about you? Did Teresa get anything?
I got $150, and he gave Teresa $34.
All right, number 3. Is number 1 telling the truth?
Yeah.
You have to tell the truth if it's you.
Oh, time's up. Let's go to Betty.
Number 3, there were maps and there was the folder, of course. There were maps and papers in there. What kind of maps?
Survey maps.
And number 2, what were the papers?
The papers were just things about real estate.
Number 1, what was the first reaction out of the man when you found his, when he got his briefcase back?
He was enlightened, and he thanked me for finding it and giving it back to him, being honest.
Number 2, how did he happen to lose it?
He was walking around and he saw someone loading something and he asked to help and he set down the briefcase and forgot about it.
Oh, thank you.
Richard?
Yes, number 1, what's Teresa's last name?
Shen.
Number 3, where did you hide the money?
In a Yahtzee box.
That was going to be my first guess. Number 2, what's a Tony, Tony, Tony hit? Give me a Tony.
It's a rock group and they sing It Feels Good. That's their best song right now.
Is that right? Number 2.
Kitty?
Now, number 1, you said that the owner of the briefcase gave your girlfriend, what was her first name?
Teresa.
Teresa. Gave Teresa $34?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What an odd sum. Do you know why?
I think that's how much he had in his wallet at the time.
I see. Number 2, did he ever explain why he had $2,000 in his briefcase?
No, he didn't.
Number 3, did you find that peculiar?
Yes, I did.
And number 3, why didn't you give Teresa anything?
Well, first of all, he gave her some money.
Oh.
He gave, like, what Jeffrey said. That he gave her $34.
Uh-huh. So that you thought that was enough.
Interesting play. Time's up, and we have to vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Orson, who'd you vote for?
These guys are great. Well, Kitty over here was developing a whole conspiracy with the $2,000 in the briefcase, and Teresa sounded like she was in on it. And number 3 was going along with the whole thing, so I voted for him.
Teresa was kind of getting the raw end of the deal, though, with $34.
There's something very strange. We haven't learned the whole story about Teresa's involvement.
You bet. Betty.
I always form my judgment too soon because I form it when they're upstairs, and both number 1 and number 2 were sort of doing something up there, and number 3 never moved a muscle. But I fell for that. I think that's all he had in his wallet routine. The old that's all he had in his wallet story.
I see. Number 1.
I voted for number 1 because number 2 and number 3's nose kept growing when they were answering questions. I
2 votes for number 1. All right, Kitty.
I voted for number 1. I like the $34, and that's all he had in his wallet.
Sounds like a good story, doesn't it? All right, the votes are all in. Let's recap. Number 1 has earned 3 votes from our panel. Number 2 got no votes. Number 3 got 1 vote. Let's find out who the real, honest, conscientious kid is. Will the real Jeffrey Welch please stand up? Number 3. Jeffrey, we've talked about it already. Perhaps you can explain to us why Teresa didn't get much money. How much did she, in fact, receive?
She got $38.
$38? Was there any explanation? Was it because that's all the man handed in his pocket?
No, it's just because I found the briefcase, and I went over where she was. She wasn't with me.
Number 1, you got 3 votes. Let's find out who you are. I'm not going to say what do you do because I'll assume all 3 of you are in school.
Well, my name is Michael Pekaranen. I'm an 8th grader at the Merman School, and I like to build and fly model rockets and model airplanes.
Model rockets and airplanes? Wow, good for you. Number 2, what about you?
My name's Wesley Edberg, and I go to Lexington Junior High, and I want to be either a magician or a veterinarian when I get older.
Both of them, noble ambitions. Well done. There were 3 incorrect votes, and at $500 a vote, that's $1,500 for the team. We thank you so much for being with us today, young fellows. Good luck to you. We'll be back to play one-on-one with somebody from our studio audience right after this. Well, now it's time to play one-on-one with someone from our studio audience. Burton, who do you have for us today?
Alex, today from Dickens, Iowa, I'd like you to meet Bev Chebin.
Hello, Bev. Here's a chance for you to play one-on-one and win some cash. I want you to meet a gentleman who has 2 stories to tell. Let's welcome Duke Landry. Bev, Duke is going to tell us 2 stories, only one of which is the truth. And if you can spot the true story, then you'll win $500 in cash. Duke, what's your first story?
I am an oyster shucker. I am the 1990 National Oyster Shucking Champ.
Well, that may or may not be the truth, Bev. So let's listen to Duke's second story.
I'm a human fly. I scaled the highest building in the U.S., Sears Tower.
All right, panel. To help Bev identify the true story, you'll each have an opportunity to ask 1 question about each story. We'll start with the oyster shucking story. Kitty.
Duke, how many oysters can you shuck in a minute?
A dozen. 12.
Richard.
Duke, you old oyster shucker, you. What's an oyster shooter, you shucker?
A drink.
Betty.
What kind of equipment do you use when you are being an oyster shucker?
An oyster knife.
I never would have thought of that.
Sometimes it just makes sense, doesn't it, Orson?
It certainly does. I knew an oyster shucker. His father was a pickle packer. And his mother was a chicken flicker. Woo! How long have I been sleeping?
Stop right now and ask a question.
Thank you. Number 2, tell me about yourself. Do you eat these oysters? And if so, do they work? How
One
many?
question only. Do you eat the oysters?
Do you like to eat oysters after you shuck them?
No, sir.
You don't? You just shuck
All
them
right.
for other people. Nice.
Well, so much for the oyster shucking story. Now let's go to story number 2 for Bev's benefit. The story about him being a human fly. Kitty?
How did you learn to be a human fly?
I started climbing mountains and cliffs.
Richard?
Duke, you old human fly. You don't look like Jeff Goldblum to me. I don't know. Or Vincent Price, for that matter. Okay, let me ask you this. Where is the Sears Tower, anyway?
It's in Chicago, the corner of LaSalle and Michigan.
Betty?
What kind of equipment do you use being a human fly? I mean, a fly rod, I suppose.
It was equipment I developed myself. It's actually scales the same grooves that the window washers use.
Uh-huh.
Orson?
When you scaled the Sears Tower, was it legal?
No, still didn't.
Did they arrest you?
Oh, that's enough. One question only. Bev, you've heard the cross-examination by our panel. It's up to you to tell us now. Is Duke the oyster shucker, or is he the human fly?
Well, I think he might be the human fly.
Duke, what is your true story?
To tell you the truth, I'm the oyster shucker.
Oh, Bev. Sorry, you were wrong. We have a gift for you backstage. I'm sorry it can't be more, but to Duke Landry, our congratulations for stumping Bev, and because of that, you'll receive $1,000 in cash. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And when we come back, we're going to have our very own oyster shucking contest and display right here. All right, we're going to have a demonstration and a bit of a contest here. Betty, this, according to Duke, is the only tool required to be an oyster shucker.
I know what that is.
Good. All right, Duke, show us how, and we'll put the clock on this maybe and see how many you can do in 10 or 15 seconds. I know speed isn't necessarily the...
Now, you got to watch so you can
byword.
open yours.
You start off at the tail end, right?
Right? I know.
Okay, you start at the back end, you just pry
Go
it
in through
loose,
the eye.
and then you just cut down at the front. Okay, my turn. Wait a minute. He got 3 in there. I'll go with this one. Okay, start at the back end.
All right, go in.
Cut there. Cut. I ain't going to cut my fingers. Okay, peel it open.
Very good.
Hey, guys, I may not be fast, but I know how to pick them. How about that?
Very good.
Duke Landry, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you,
And thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us on To Tell the Truth. See you next time.
Millions of people are watching, yet they feel so at home.
Oh, I think I'll have to take a pee.
What makes game show contestants throw out all common sense?
Pop another testicle in your mouth.
Find out. Watch Ben Stein host Game Show Moments Gone Bananas. The funniest moments in game show history. Mondays at 10 p.m. Only on GSN.
My name...
Sworn to tell the truth. Now let's meet our panel. Co-star of Murder, She Wrote, Ron Mesa. Talk show hostess, Mother Loud. Actor and raconteur, Orson Bean. And to tell the truth's very own, Kitty Carlisle. Here's the host of To Tell the Truth, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Burton. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And good morning. Good morning, panel. My, oh, my. Don't we all just look spiffy today? So let's get to the monkeys. Our first story represented by these 3 gentlemen, each of whom claims to be Don McLeod. I, Don McLeod, love to make a monkey of myself. You see, that's how I make my living. Do you remember this commercial where the gorilla smashes a suitcase against the ground? That's me. How about the movie Trading Places, or The Man with Two Brains? Again, I was the man inside the gorilla suit. I'm a pantomimist, and my teacher was the one and only Marcel Marceau. I've spent years studying the marvelous way that jungle animals move, especially the gorilla. But being an ape isn't always easy. While making the movie Naked Gun 2½, I almost died from heat prostration. It's also hard to answer when people ask, what do you do for a living? Signed, Don McLeod. You notice the family resemblance? We'll find out more about this monkey business right after this. Well, all three of these gentlemen claim to be Don McLeod, who is a professional gorilla. Kitty, we'll start the questioning with you.
Number one, do you have children?
No, I don't.
Number two, where did you study with Marceau?
In California here for 8
Was
weeks.
he here? Number three, what happened when you, how did you signal that you were about to die of heat prostration?
I passed out on the set, and my eyes rolled back in my head, and...
We once had a gorilla. Oh, I was going to tell my story.
We
Never
once had a
mind.
gorilla. To use some of my time.
No.
Orson, go ahead.
Number two, can you do gorilla walking against the wind, or did you learn that from Marcel Marceau?
No, a small part of it from him, but I studied large animals extensively.
Number one now, what luggage is it that you threw around in that commercial?
That was American Tourister.
All right, number three, Naked Gun 2½. I can't wait to see that. What do you do as the gorilla in that?
There's a scene where Leslie Nielsen goes through a zoo wall in a tank, and I run after him.
Very good. What's...
Oh, Mother?
Number one, you can really make a living at this. What if you weren't in the movies?
You could, you know, go to shopping malls and do a special event, Christmas gorilla, that kind of thing.
Number two, so what, you worked in Trading Places. What was it like to work with Eddie Murphy?
Fantastic. He's an excellent actor.
Did you get to work with Steve Martin? You do any scenes with him as well in The Man with Two Brains?
Yes, I did.
Number two.
Ron.
Number one, do you know who Janos Prohaska was?
I think he was a man who played gorillas in the 50s, if I'm not mistaken.
Number two, Marcel Marceau's very famous character is called what?
Bip.
Number three, do you know who Antoine Ducreux was?
No, I sure don't.
And number two, do you know the lady who studied primates?
I can't recall.
Number one, they did a movie called Gorillas in the Mist. Do you know who that was about?
Diane Fossey, I think her name is.
Very good.
All right. Your time is up. You've got to vote, and you have to vote for the person you feel is the real Don McLeod, the man inside the monkey suit professionally. Is it number one? Is it number two? Or is it number three? Our team of challengers, of course, receives $500 for each incorrect vote with a minimum guarantee of $1,000. And if our panel is fooled completely, then the team will receive $3,000. Kitty, for whom did you vote?
Well, I had to vote for number one because he knew all those questions that Ron asked. Although number two, kind of fooled me about Marcel Marceau, but I'd still voted for number one.
I see. Orson.
I thought it was number two because he had the worst gorilla suit on. I forgot the real one would let the other guys, but I had to vote for number one. It's Etienne Ducreux, who was Marcel Marceau's. He did two gorillas walking against the wind.
Aha.
No other mind has ever been able to do that.
Mother?
This is really crazy. I voted for number three because he looks the most comfortable in that goofy suit.
Mother, that's as good a reason as I've heard on this program in the past
I mean,
few
he's
months,
just sitting there
believe
like, hey, I do gorillas, I'm cool.
Yep, that's it. Ron?
Because number one knew all the answers, and because number three looked comfortable in the suit, I went for number two because he knew about Bip.
All right, let's review the voting. 2 votes for number one, 1 for number two, 1 only for number three. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who really goes ape professionally. Will the real Don McLeod please stand up? Number one, all righty. Orson and Kitty, our 2 veterans, were correct on that. Don, we'll get back to you in a second. Let's find out about our imposters. Number two, who knew about Marcel Marceau's character?
My name is Frank O'Rourke. I own the Frank Touch. I restore vintage watches.
I see. Number 3.
Hi, my name is Mark Sears, and I work for a local construction company as a plumber.
Well, you did well on our program today. There were 2 incorrect votes at $500 apiece, and that means the team will receive $1,000. Now, let's get back to you, Don.
Thank you.
There is another subject we want to touch on right now, and you and I know the tremendous power of television. And Don McLeod, ladies and gentlemen, has been searching for his birth mother for how many years now, Don?
About 10 years.
Can you give a little bit of information that perhaps will help you locate her or enable some of our viewers to write in and assist?
Yeah, that would be wonderful. And she was born in, I was born in 1948 in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And my mother was from Grand Prairie. Her name was Ethel Walker, and she was a hairdresser. That's all I know. Don't know where she is or if she's still alive, but if anybody knows her and she's out there, I'd be forever grateful.
Well, from personal experience, I know how these things can have very happy endings. So good luck to you. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any information about the woman mentioned by Don here, just write to us to tell the truth, care of NBC, Burbank, California. We'll see that he gets the information. Thank you all for being with us today on To Tell the Truth. We'll be back with a revolutionary preschool teacher, right after this. Our next team of challengers.
Number 1, what is your name, please?
My name is Bev Boss.
Number 2.
My name is Bev Boss.
Number 3.
My name is Bev Boss.
In a few moments, we'll find out who the real Bev Boss is. Here's her story. I, Bev Boss, am a teacher with a revolutionary approach to early childhood education. In my classes, I do not teach the 3 R's. I believe children were not born to sit still and be quiet. They were born to run, to make noise, to play in the mud. Parents who accelerate the education of their children risk doing more harm than good. A child can't learn words until he has experienced those words. That's why I don't impose rules of behavior. I want my students to interrupt, to ask questions, to sing, to write their own stories, to make mud pies and blow bubbles. Left to explore and learn on their own, children learn to socialize and cooperate with each other, to develop their imagination, self-esteem, and confidence in their own abilities. Learning becomes fun, as described in my latest book, Together, We're Better. Signed, Bev Boss. We'll start the questioning with a father of 6, Ron Masak.
Oh, am I angry? I can't wait till Orson gets this because he had his own school. Number 1, what about the discipline problem?
Discipline comes from the word disciple. Children learn by example. We give good examples.
Number 2, if you just let them run haphazard around the classroom, when do they have time to learn each other's names, for example?
Well, I don't think kids just run haphazard. Children always have a direction of their own. And it's, kids don't learn anything through their bottoms.
Number 3, if you don't teach the 3 R's, how do they write what they learn?
Well, they keep a journal, which they tell us what to write in. We read back, they look at what we've written, and they have to go at their own level. I think people are pushing children too hard nowadays.
Number 2, when they're...
Oh, good questions once again, Ron. Mother?
Number 3, are you concerned with the fact that these kids are telling you? It seems to me that they're telling you what to do as opposed to you telling them what to do.
We feel that experience is not just the best trainer, it's the only trainer of children.
Number 2, but these are, how old are these children?
2 years, 9 months to 5 and 6.
Number 2, these are very small children who need a great deal of direction. Are you concerned that later on in life they might not think, look, I can just go out here and just disrupt and interrupt anybody and everything because I'm being inquisitive?
No, I think kids fail because they don't develop a self. That's how they fail.
Number 1, then to back up what number 2 just said, do you feel that it's important to teach these children self-esteem in the class?
I think self-esteem is about the number 1 thing that we can teach any children in class or out of class.
Number 2, how...
Orson, who had his own school.
Indeed I did. Number 3, what is Summerhill?
Summerhill was an experimental school for children.
Number 1, do the older kids sometimes teach the younger kids?
Yes, we don't separate by age.
Yeah. Number 2, do the kids wear white gloves and stand up when the teacher comes in the room?
Sure.
Sure?
Yeah, sure.
Kitty?
Well, I don't understand. Number 2, How can you expect a child to experience the words you're trying to teach him? Children have to learn words they can't experience.
Some words, yeah, but young children, the way they learn is kinesthetically by attaching words to experiences. There are some words they would learn without that. But generally,
well, number one, George Bernard Shaw said drilling is what's needed. You don't teach them anything they have to do.
Definitely not.
Nothing.
No, strictly socialization and learning by doing, hands-on, concrete.
Number three, we used to have to learn poems to recite at night to our parents. It was sort of charming. You don't do that.
If they want to learn a poem, we have them, encourage them to make up their own poems.
Oh, that's
creative.
Nice.
Oh, if only the Jesuits had heard of this school years and years ago when I needed them. All right, panel, time for you to cast your ballots for the woman you feel is the revolutionary teacher. Is it number 1? Is it number 2? Or is it number 3? Ron, for whom did you vote?
Well, this staff, I can say this now because it's last. This is the best trained staff in the world because 2 of those people are lying to me. And I think all 3 of them are teachers. But based on the fact that she knew Summerhill, I went with number 3.
Well, I agree with you. All 3 of our challengers were very, very convincing. Yes. Mother?
You know, looking at these 3 women, I just cannot believe, even if they taught school, that number 1 and number 2 will let a bunch of little bitty crumb snatchers run around their classroom. I think it's number 3 who's letting those kids run wild and have fun and be creative.
Yeah, those crumb snatchers are bad news.
You know, little kids.
Right,
children.
Orson.
The Rugrats in my school used to learn. They learned poems. Mary had a little lamb. The doctor fainted. I voted for number 1.
Kitty, for whom did you vote?
Well, I know that Orson School was based on the Summerhill system, and number 3 knew about it, and I believe that she's the one that... But the other 2 look exactly like teachers.
All righty, let's review the votes. 1 vote for number 1, no votes for number 2, and I thought number 2 was very convincing in some of her responses, and 3 votes for number 3. So let's find out who the real champion of childhood shenanigans is. Will the real Bev Boss please stand up? It is number 2, and you stumped the panel.
I knew it. It was a dress.
Bev, we'll get back to you in a moment. Let's find out about our imposters, who were very good today. Number 1.
My name is Ardell Wazorek. I'm an oil painter and a grandmother.
Okay.
Thanks, Orson.
Some experience with children. Number 3, tell us about yourself.
My name is Sonara O'Donnell, and I train people in how to get new jobs.
Well, our staff trained you extremely well because the 3 of you managed to stump the panel, and that means that as a team you will receive $3,000. Now, Bev, is your method gaining in popularity in America now?
Well, I've given over 4,000 workshops. I sure hope so.
Yeah. Can you give us an example?
I know that I'm right. Yeah, sure I can. See, this bag's been full of water for about 4 hours. If you stick a pencil, let me get one that has a sharper point on it, all the way through, it doesn't leak. How many pencils can you stick in? I had a kid the other day who did 18 pencils in a bag, and it never leaked water.
A future serial killer.
This, this is what kids need to do, and it magnifies it. It's such a wonderful...
Well, it's fascinating, and because I've got the young one, I'll be talking to you after the program about what I can do for him. But thank you all for being with us today on To Tell the Truth. You guys were terrific. We'll be back to play one-on-one right after this. Time to play one-on-one, and Burton, who do you have for us today?
Alex, today we have from Sepulveda, California, Sarah McMullen.
Sarah McMullen. Lucky Sarah was selected. Sarah, you have a chance to win $500 in cash. Good luck to you. Let me introduce a gentleman who has 2 marvelous stories to tell. Folks, please welcome Mr. X. Sarah, Mr. X is going to tell us 2 stories, one of which happens to be the truth. You spot that true story and you'll win $500. Mr. X, what's your first story, please?
I am the man behind the scenes. I am the director of To Tell the Truth.
May or may not be the truth, however. So let's go to story number 2. Mr. X?
Frank Sinatra sings my song. I wrote New York, New York.
All right, Sarah, one question from each of our panelists on each subject. First of all, that he is the man behind the scenes, the director of this show. Kitty.
Mr. X, how long have I been on To Tell the Truth?
I'd rather not say.
Orson.
Well, first of all, I'd like to send my regards to the lovely Mrs. X. And I'd like to say, have you ever directed a real show?
I did Ukulele Ike.
Mother?
Number 2, are you related to Mr. Goodson?
Oh.
I mean, you,
I'm not,
Mr.
but
X.
I wish I were.
Oh. Ron.
Mr. X, without embarrassing me, who was your favorite panelist?
I can't answer that. I love all my panelists.
Good. A good diplomatic response. Now let's get to story number 2, that this gentleman, Mr. X, wrote New York, New York. Great song.
Mr. X, what other songs have you written?
I have written mostly jingles for commercials, but I have written several shows. I've written several shows, too.
Nice. Orson?
Mr. X, who had the biggest single hit record of I know many singers recorded, but who was your favorite recording artist that did it? I'll put it that way.
Well, it's certainly between Liza and Frank. I can't really pick between the two of them. They both are platinum records.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mother?
Mr. X, did you pick Frank Sinatra to sing it, or did he like the song and decided to sing it?
Frank liked the song. He saw the movie it was in, he loved it, and he decided to do it.
Ron?
What was the name of the movie with Liza where she introduced the song?
New York, New York.
Thank you, Mr.
Catchy
X.
title.
All right,
Catchy
Sari, you've heard the cross-examination. Is Mr. X the director of this show, or did he write that hit song, New York, New York?
Well, I like the song, and I like this guy, so I'm going to say New York, New York.
All right, Mr. X, what is your true story?
To tell the truth, my name is Paul Alter, and I am the director of To Tell the Truth.
And that's bad news for Sarah. Sorry, Sarah. We've got a lovely gift for you. And wait a minute. Usually I say we want to thank Paul Alter for playing one-on-one, and you get $1,000, but I don't think that's in your contract. We'll resolve it during this commercial break, and we'll come back with Paul and the rest of the gang after this.
Out family friction on Family Feud next. Then catch Blockbusters and Password Plus on GSN.
This is our last show on To Tell the Truth, and we wanted to go out in style with a touch of class and with, as Cyrano de Bergerac would say, our panache intact. And rules are rules. We have a rule that says if you stump the person in the audience in the one-on-one segment, you get $1,000. Paul Alter gets $1,000, but he's going to give $500 to Sarah, who was playing one-on-one. And the other $500 goes to his favorite charity, the Music Center here in Los Angeles. So thank you, Paul. I want to say it was a great pleasure working with you as director on this program. I'm indebted to the man on my left, Mark Goodson. Every show he produces is class in itself. Thank you for having me here. And Kitty and Orson and Ron and Mother Love. And thank all of you. To Tell the Truth started in the mid-50s, ladies and gentlemen. It has had 4 reincarnations. I have a feeling it may be back in the near future. If it is, I hope I'm associated with it. So long, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Millions of people are watching, yet they feel so at home.
Oh, I think I'll have to take a pee.
What makes game show contestants throw out all common sense?
Pop another testicle in your mouth.
Find out. Watch Ben Stein host Game Show Moments Gone Bananas. The funniest moments in game show history. Saturday at 6 p.m. only on GSN.
What is your name?
My name is Nancy Tiemann, and I like to cruise au natural.
Number 2, what is your name?
My name is Nancy Tiemann, and I like to cruise au natural.
Number 3, what is your name?
My name is Nancy Tiemann, and I like to cruise au natural.
Only one is the real Nancy Tiemann and has sworn to tell the truth. Now let's meet our panelists. Meshack Taylor, Paula Poundstone, actor Charles Shaughnessy, and supermodel Frederique Vanderwall. Here is the star of To Tell the Truth,
John O'Hervey.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Tell the Truth. Three ladies here who like to cruise au naturel. That's very nice. As of about a month ago, I've started to shower au naturel. Big change, and it's called Get to Know Your Host. Welcome to Tell the Truth, and it's time to play to Tell the Truth. Yes. Yeah, you stick through a season of this show and you get to know me pretty well, don't you? How are you all? You well?
I feel very well versed in John.
Well, get to know the game. You know the way the game is played. All three of our players here claim to be the real Nancy Tiemann. Two are lying and only one has signed a statement swearing to tell the truth. Your job is to find out who that is. So please, would you open the affidavits you have in front of you? Follow along with me as I read the sworn testimony of the real Nancy Tiemann. I, Nancy Tiemann, specialize in nude cruises. My Bare Necessities Tour and Travel is the only company in the world which charters major ships for people who choose to cruise nude. My birthday-suited passengers berth in exotic ports of call from the Aegean to the South Pacific. And you don't have to shape up to ship out on my cruises. Up to 1,500 friendly folks of all shapes and sizes set sail wearing nothing but sunscreen. Just imagine sumptuous buffets in the buff, going topless on the top side, and no tan lines. So if you're ready to show your stern on our stern, join us on the poop deck. It's sun and moons all day long. Bon voyage, Nancy Tiemann. Oh, these never cease to amaze me. All right, panel and audience, all three of our ladies claim to be the real nude cruiser. Which one is it? We'll start our questioning with Meshack Taylor.
All right, thank you, John. Oh, Kate? Number one.
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
I started my company in 1990.
And how about you, number two?
10 years.
10 years? And number three?
10 years.
Oh, okay, number three, what is the average age of one of the people on your ship?
Somewhere between 35 and 45.
Number two, do you agree with that?
Mid-40s. Average age, mid-40s.
Number one, what gave you the idea to do this?
I knew there was a market for it, and I wanted to take advantage of it.
Number one, were you already a nudist?
I was personally, yes.
Number two, were you already a nudist?
Yes, I was.
And number three as well?
Yes, I was.
I always wanted to be a nudist. Paula, you're looking perplexed?
No, this is good. Number one, do you go into ports?
Nude, you're asking?
Well,
we arrive into port dressed, all right, because we're inside the 3-mile limit. So we arrive into port
and
dressed.
and then you can strip down 3 miles out.
And after we reach the 3-mile limit, which is the legal limit, then the captain gives the announcement.
The captain says you can now take your clothes off.
If you so choose, it's always optional.
Oh, he says if you so choose, so there's no pressure.
No.
Well, maybe I could enjoy this then. Number two, where were you a nudist to begin with?
The first nude beach I went to was in St. Martin's in the Caribbean.
And
Oregon.
But just you went to the beach, you didn't like live in a colony or something like that?
No, I don't choose nudism as a lifestyle.
No, and why would you, number two? Number three.
Charles Shaughnessy.
Boy.
Ask her if she knows there's flowers on her head.
I want to ask number one, where do you keep your cabin key?
Well, you keep that in your fanny pack.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's talk.
Is there any, number two, is there any island in Greece where you don't have to get clothed? You can just cruise in and stay nude?
Not that we've been to on our cruise.
You haven't been to one. Number three, does the crew get in the mood on these cruises?
They may get in the mood, but they stay clothed.
They stay clothed. All right, what about number one? Do you ever cruise to Alaska in the nude?
That's a thinking man right there.
I
Frederica,
have to say, you can finish that answer, number one.
No, because we like to cruise where it's going to be warm so that we can be nude and get some sun.
Actually, number three, there's a very famous nudist camp in Europe. Do you know where that is?
It's in the south of France. Cap d'Agde, I believe you're speaking of.
Ah, okay. Number one, when you, in the morning, and it's like, you come out, are you always nude? Like when you sit down for breakfast and you have like these cold metal chairs, that's comfortable?
You can always tell a nudist because they carry a towel for sanitary reasons, and when we sit on public property, we put the towel down, so everything is very sanitary.
We practice that same hygiene here as well. Well, the sounded time is up. And time for our celebrity panel to lock in their votes without discussion. Is it number one, number two, or number three? And at this time, I'll ask our studio audience here to cast their votes as well. So we'll be right back to find out how everybody voted and who the real Nancy Tiemann, the nude cruiser, is. Right here on To Tell the Truth. Welcome back to Tell the Truth. One of our challengers is the real nude cruiser, Nancy Tiemann. The other two are lying. We'll start with Meshach. For whom did you vote?
Thank you, John. What a great idea this is. And, you know, it's just wonderful to think of 1,500 naked people at breakfast. I can't handle that. But there was something in number three's answer about the famous nude beaches in France or something. I don't know anything about that sort of thing. I just know about...
What? Wait a minute, a subject you know nothing about?
Okay, I'm lying. I've been there. And that's why I'm voting for number three. Oh.
That's right. Yes, those cheeks have seen the sun in Saint-Tropez, haven't they? Paula Poundstone, on to you.
Number one definitely had the funniest answer of the day when she said, you can always tell a nudist because they carry a towel. You can always tell a nudist, number one, because they don't have a stitch of clothing on. It tends to stand out to the rest of us. Anyway, so there she is, carrying her towel.
Charles Shaughnessy, on with you.
Boy, this is tough. Between one and three, well, for two, there are places the islands in the Aegean where you can be nude, so that kind of tipped me off. That number two might not be it. Number three and number one was very hard to choose from, but I like number one's attitude seemed kind of to go along with someone who'd come up with this idea, and I like the fanny pack answer, so there we go, number one.
Valerie?
Well, what is very interesting, I mean, exactly same as Charles said, number two, there is in Greece nude camps. And actually, in the south of France, it's not a particularly big thing. They're always topless, of course, but that's normal, considered, for us Europeans. And what is interesting about number one, I can feel that she's like this happy with herself. So I think that it seemed like number one, feeling very comfortable.
Time now to find out what our audience thought. 45% say number three. And time now to find out which one of our challengers is the real nude cruiser. Will the real Nancy Tiemann please stand up?
Oh, my God.
Go ahead.
All right, Nancy, have a seat. Thank you very much. We'll be with you in just a minute. Let's meet our team of imposters. You both did a great job. Number one, you got the lion's share of the votes there. Who are you and what do you do?
My name is Leanna Nelson, and I teach music appreciation and elementary education.
I'm taking my kids out of school.
Well, you have the congeniality of both from us. Thank you for being with us. Number two, you also did a great job. Who are you?
My name is Lisa Rome, and I'm a private chef, and I've worked in the homes of Chevy Chase, Eddie Murphy, James Garner, and others.
Ah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So, Nancy, now this is obviously a very popular thing. 1,500 people, that's a full boat, isn't it?
It's a full ship?
Yeah, but they don't have luggage.
Thank you very much for being with. How do we find out about your next cruise, by the way?
The best way to find out is on my website.
Which
and
is?
that's bear-necessities.com.
Of course it is. All right, thank you again for being with us. We have 1, 2, 3 incorrect votes. Our team of challengers splits a jackpot of $3,000, and we will be right back with more of To Tell the Truth.
Number 1, what is your name?
My name is Ted Conover, and I make my living in other people's shoes.
Number 2, what is your name?
My name is Ted Conover, and I make my living in other people's shoes.
Number 3, what is your name?
My name is Ted Conover, and I make my living in other people's shoes.
Only one is the real Ted Conover and has sworn to tell the truth.
All right, welcome back to Tell the Truth, panelists, please. I invite you to open up the affidavits that you have in front of you. Follow along with me as I read the sworn testimony of the real Ted Conover. I, Ted Conover, have been a prison guard, an illegal alien, and a hobo, all in a day's work. As a journalist, I sometimes work incognito. For my first book, I rode the nation's rails posing as a hobo. Next, I spent months running the border with illegal aliens from Mexico. One of my biggest challenges was as a corrections officer in a state penitentiary, learning the toll prison takes on guards as well as inmates. While only one of us is the real Ted Conover, we are all 3 imposters. Signed, Ted Conover. All right, panel and audience, all 3 of our gentlemen here claim to be the real undercover journalist. Which one is it? Well, it's your job to find out. We'll start our questioning with Meshack Taylor.
Thank you, John. Number 1, what made you decide to be a hobo?
I was interested in the whole romance of riding freight trains and of living like somebody else for a while.
Number 2, how about you?
Curiosity.
Okay. Number 3, what U.S. city did you cross over to as an illegal alien?
I actually crossed from Tijuana into San Diego.
How about you, number 2?
Actually, the same route.
Okay, number 1?
Juarez in Mexico into El Paso.
Okay. Number 1, what prison did you work in?
Sing Sing.
And number 2?
Sing Sing.
Number 3 as well?
Yes.
Number 3, was your life ever endangered?
All right, that question will go unanswered. Into the hands now of Paula Poundstone.
Well, number 3, was your life ever in danger?
Yes, actually, on all 3 books.
Number 1, how did you get to pose as a corrections officer? I mean, don't you have to have training to begin with?
Yes, you do. I applied for the job like anybody else, and I took the training.
Uh-huh. Number 2, did you take the training?
No, I drove.
You drove?
Yes.
No, take the training.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said take the train.
There's probably not that many hearing-impaired corrections officers. All right, number 2, you're out of the running. Number 3. Number 3, did you take the training or did you drive?
I went ahead and took the training.
How long was the training, number 3?
It's a 6-month boot camp type of training.
Really? You can drive there in 3 weeks.
Yeah, Shaughnessy.
Number 1, what was the favorite TV show with the inmates that's in Sing Sing?
Xena, Warrior Princess.
Number 3, was your experience the same?
No, actually, they liked Baywatch.
Number 2, what was your experience in Sing Sing with the TV shows?
Athletics, mostly. Sports.
Okay. What was the name of your, number 3, what was the name of your book about crossing the border?
It was called Coyote.
Number 1, who picks your assignments? Do you pick the assignments, or does your newspaper pick them?
Frederick, on to you.
Number 1, who published your first book?
The first book was Viking Penguin.
Number 2, who published your first book?
Random House.
Number 3?
Random House.
Oh. What is your new challenge, number 2, for writing?
Right now, getting over the whole prison experience is my biggest challenge.
Number 3, as a correction officer, what does it entail?
Guarding the prisoners, working the walls of the prison, moving them from place to place.
Number 1, give at the fighting.
All right. Interesting story here. The bell has sounded. Time is up, and time for our celebrity panelists to lock in their votes without discussion. Is it number 1, number 2, or number 3. And at this time, I'll ask our studio audience to cast their votes as well. So we'll be right back and find out how everybody voted and who the real Ted Conover is right here on To Tell the Truth. Welcome back to Tell the Truth. We're in the middle of a very interesting story. One of our challengers is a real undercover journalist, Ted Conover. Meshach, we'll start with you. For whom did you vote?
Very interesting story. But number one, you don't have to sneak across the border. You white. You can come over here whenever you get ready. Thanks, guys. Number 3, very, very interesting. But number 2 looks like he could have done it all. He could have crossed over, got a little tan, cross over, and whatever. And he's still really shook up about that prison experience, and I don't blame him. It's number 2.
And now the perspective of Paula Poundstone.
Well, I feel silly now because of Meshach's point about number 1 being white. But if you go like this, and then kind of like that, you can see how he could pass for Mexican.
yeah, right.
And he looks like a tough old prison guard, doesn't he? You know, I voted for number 1 because he had such a lovely answer about the romance of the riding the rails thing, but I realize now, as a prison guard, geez, I could beat the stuffing out of number 1.
All right, Charles Shaughnessy.
Well, mine comes down to TV shows. I just think that Xena, Warrior Princess, would probably go down best in prison. So I go with number 1.
Frederick?
Well, number 1 definitely can't look as a prison guard, even if you go through 6 months, so that's not going to work. And also over the border, so yeah, it had to be 2 for me.
Number 2, all right. Split right down the middle between number 1 and number 2, and time now to find out what our audience thought. Ooh, okay, close, but number 2 takes the X. And it's time now to find out which one of our players is the real undercover journalist. So, will the real Ted Conover please stand up? Okay, Ted, have a seat. We're going to come back to you in a minute. Actually,
what I want Mexican hombre.
Oh, there's going to be best out of 3 falls in the parking lot with Paula afterwards. I want to see this. All right, let's meet our imposters. Number 2, you did a great job. You got 3 votes. Who are you and what do you do?
My name is Bruno Mirabili, and I'm a retired aerospace worker.
Thank you for being with us. You did very well. Number 3, you did a great job. Thank you for being with us. Who are you and what do you do?
My name's Ron Ruman. I'm a distribution manager for a company called Nobel Biocare.
Thanks again for being with us, both of you. Ted, you, what is it? The Chinese curse, may you have an interesting life. You certainly have an interesting life. You've done all of these things. You also have a book out here, and it's called New Jack, Guarding Sing Sing by Ted Conover here. I bet that's a great book. I'll make a point of reading this. Thank you again for your story. We have 3 incorrect votes for our team of challengers, meaning $3,000 goes their way. It brings us to the end of another show, and I say thank you, as always, to our celebrity panel, Meshach Taylor, Paula Poundstone, Charles Shaughnessy, and Frederick Van Der Waal. Well, I will see you next time right here on To Tell the Truth.
How do you pick your favorite game shows? Classic?
Come on, Miss Betty, what are you doing?
Or crazy? Playing for riches? Or playing the field? Go to gsn.com to vote for your favorite game shows, and then tune into your picks on the Viewer's Choice Marathon, Friday, November 23rd, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Number 1, what is your name?
My name is Lisa Perosi, and the nominees are...
Number 2, what is your name?
My name is Lisa Perosi, and the envelope, please.
Number 3, what is your name?
My name is Lisa Perosi, and the Oscar goes to...
Only one is the real Lisa Perosi, and has sworn to tell the truth. Now, let's meet our panelists. Meshach Taylor,
Paula Poundstone. From Whose Line Is It Anyway, Greg Proops. And from Baywatch, Hawaii, Brooke Bird. Here is the star of To Tell the Truth, John O'Hurley.
Hello there, and welcome to Tell the Truth. We're handing out Oscars here. May I call your attention to my performance in Cut, Blown Dry, and Left for Dead? The director's cut. It's time to play To Tell the Truth. Welcome to the show. You know the way the game is played. All three of our players here claim to be the real Lisa Perosi. Two are lying. One has signed a statement swearing to tell the truth, and your job will be to find out who that is. You notice a sense of drama that
I'd like to take a guess at the puzzle now.
So please open up the affidavits that you have in front of you, which you're now seeing for the first time, and follow along with me as I read the sworn testimony of the real Lisa Perosi. I, Lisa Perosi, am one of only two people in the world who know who the Oscar winners are before sealed envelopes are opened. As a CPA for PricewaterhouseCoopers, I may be the world's highest profile accountant, seen by nearly 1 billion people a year. And I get the full Hollywood treatment, designer gowns, expensive jewelry on loan, and even an invite to the exclusive Governor's Ball. But this is serious business, since the Academy Awards are the most closely guarded secret in Hollywood. We take every precaution to ensure their secrecy, employing military tactics to get from our undisclosed location to the ceremony. And finally, I would like to thank the Academy. Signed, Lisa Perosi. All right, talent audience, our three ladies here all claim to be the real Academy Awards accountant. Which one is it? We'll start our questioning with Meshack Taylor.
Thank you, John. Number one, what jewels did you borrow for the last Oscar ceremony?
It was a really lovely diamond necklace and earrings.
And number one, what company, store did you get them from?
Harry Winston.
Okay. Number two, how long before the actual Oscar ceremony do you know who the winners are?
Just days before.
Days?
Days.
Okay. And number three, has anybody, like somebody from the National Enquirer or anybody, tried to ever get to you to find out who won?
Not so far.
All right. Paula Poundstone.
Number two, how many years have you done the Oscars?
Just since 1998, excuse me.
Mm-hmm. And number three, how long has Pricewaterhouse done the Oscars?
Since about 1935.
Number one, do they do is it accurate?
Yes.
Well, then, number one, I have an idea for you, and you can pitch this to your boss, and I'm going to let you take full credit for it. Would you consider doing the national election? Number three, who was on stage when the streaker went through?
If memory serves, might have been David Niven.
Very good, number three. Number one, what did David Niven say when the streaker went through?
I don't remember.
No, that's not what he said, number one.
Greg Proops.
Yes. Number two, does PricewaterhouseCoopers do other award shows?
No, just the Academy Awards.
Really? Number three, who's the other person in the world who knows the winners?
It's my partner, Greg Garrison.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Number one, Mr. Price and Waterhouse don't have any idea?
No.
Number two, are they dead?
Are they dead? Yes.
Aha. Number three, is that why they have no idea?
As far as I know.
I'm on to something here, John. Stay with me. Number two, what are the military tactics one employs?
It's quite complex. First of all, where we do the tallying is a secret location. And then there are only two of us that know the information, and we have bodyguards that pick us up at our homes and go to the secret location, pick up the material. Then they take us separate routes to the Academy Awards ceremony, and then we are actually with those bodyguards the entire time.
Wow.
Brooke Burns, on for you.
Number one, what did you do before you did this?
I've always worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers.
All right. Number two, what was the last designer gown that you wore?
It was a Calvin Klein.
Number 3, what was the most expensive piece of jewelry that you ever borrowed?
A pair of earrings a couple of years ago that were worth $70-some-odd thousand.
Number 2, who hired you?
Who hired me to?
When you attained this position?
Oh, I was actually with Price Waterhouse, and then the vacancy opened up, and they asked me if I would take that.
All right, the bell has sounded. Time is up on a very interesting story. It's time for our celebrity panel to lock in their votes without discussion. Is it number 1, number 2, or number 3? At this point, I'll ask our studio audience to cast their votes as well. And at home, I'll remind you we're going to pay our team of challengers $1,000 for every incorrect vote. And we'll be right back to find out how everybody voted and who the real Academy Awards accountant is, right here on To Tell the Truth. The truth, one of our challengers is the real Academy Awards accountant, Lisa Peruzzi. The other 2 are lying. We'll find out soon. Meshack Taylor, for whom did you vote, sir?
Thank you, John. Well, they all 3 look stunning in their evening wear. But I think that number 3 just had some answers that seem to be right on the money, so I'm going to vote for her. Number 3.
Paula?
Well, I'm using science on this one, John. I don't think it's number 1, although I think she is associated with the Oscars, because number 1 is Holly Hunter, and I so enjoyed your work. Yeah, number 2 said that she had her last designer dress was a Calvin Klein designer dress, and Calvin Klein probably does make designer dresses, but it's just such a pat answer. And therefore, by the process of elimination, I've chosen number 3.
All right. Greg Proops.
I wish I'd put that much thought into it, frankly. I was just sitting here looking at the lights and colors, thinking about stuff. I went with number 2 because her incredibly implausible explanation of the security process dazzled me.
Dazzle 1, Dazzle 2. I was dazzled as well.
All right. Dazzled between number 3 and number 2, and let's see how our audience was dazzled. Oh, all right. 57%, rather overwhelming for number 2. Time now to find out which one of our players is the real Academy Awards accountant. Will the real Lisa Peruzzi please stand up? We'll come back to you in just a minute. Let's meet our team of imposters. A fun story here. When you're not being Holly Hunter, number 1, who are you? And
My name is Michelle Benage, and I'm a housewife here in Los Angeles.
Oh, thank you for being with us. Number 2, you would have had my vote. I thought perhaps it was you. Who are you and what do you do?
I'm Karen Charnell, and I work for the Unified School District, the LA Unified School District. I'm a teacher.
Oh, good. We enjoy having our teachers here. Thank you for being with us. So, Lisa, walk us through the security arrangements. Do you actually do, there are 2 people that take separate routes?
Right. She actually described it very, very well. So our practicing.
Yes, she did, Lisa.
Now, this makes you something of a celebrity at the firm, doesn't it?
It's kind of like groundhogs. They tell us we come out 1 day a year.
Uh-huh.
So, sure, there's a handful of days when we keep a good secret.
Thank you for being with us, sharing your story and your popularity. I do want to point out that certainly keep the integrity of the Academy Awards in place there, that you are donating your winnings.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us and sharing your story with us. It's time now, panel, to meet our next 3 challengers.
Number 1, what is your name?
My name is Patty Segovia. Think girls can't skateboard? Think again.
Number 2, what is your name?
My name's Patty Segovia. Think girls can't skateboard? Think again.
Number 3, what is your name?
My name's Patty Segovia. Think girls can't skateboard? Think again.
Only one is the real Patty Segovia and has sworn to tell the truth.
All right, we'll be right back to find out which is the real Patty Segovia and how much she and I have in common, right here on To Tell the Truth.
Free.
Welcome back to Tell the Truth, talent audience. You know how the game is played. Our three ladies here all claim to be the real Patty Segovia. Two are lying, and only one has signed a statement swearing to tell the truth. So please open up the affidavit you have in front of you, which you are now seeing for the first time, and follow along with me as I read the sworn testimony of the real Patty Segovia. I, Patty Segovia, founded the all-girls skate jam. My parents tried to raise me as a proper young woman, but I snuck off to the world of skateboards and skinned knees. Although the male skateboarders around me were courted by sponsors and treated like royalty, we women who could flip, kick, and ollie with the best of them got treated like beginning grommets. So I organized the all-girls skate jam, a skateboarding event for women. At first, I got laughed at by the skateboard industry. But my jam has now grown into an international tour covered by all the major sports networks. Today, female skaters are not only catching air, but catching airtime and sponsors, too. And that's where the rubber and the skateboard wheel meet the road. Signed, Patty Segovia. All right, talent audience, our three young ladies here all claim to be the real all-girls skate jam founder. Which one is it? Meshack Taylor, we'll begin with you.
Thank you, John. Number one, what company gave you corporate sponsorship?
Etnies and Union Bay.
Okay. Number two, how old were you when you set up the all-girls skate thing?
I was 20 years old.
Number three, is there a significant difference in the athleticism between guys and girls are doing the kind of things that you do?
No, not at all.
So number one, you think you could compete against guys?
Sure.
All right. Number two, do you think that that will possibly happen anytime soon?
Yeah, I think it will in the next couple years, definitely.
All right, Paula Poundstone.
Number two, what's a grommet?
Grommet is actually a young skateboarder.
Oh. No, I don't understand this. You said that they, number one, you said that the guys were treated like royalty by the sponsors. Where were these sponsors when they were do they hang around like playgrounds or something?
Oh, I think a sponsorship would be someone that gives you money.
Well, no, I know what that is. It's also a sugar daddy, but No, what I'm saying is, how do they hook up? I mean, how do you find a particularly talented skateboarder?
I guess if you're just really good at what you do, you stand out like a sore thumb, and word runs around the block that you're hot.
Number one, we are not communicating. Number one, what's the most popular skateboard magazine?
Transworld Skateboarding.
Greg Brooks.
Number two. I had a question. Yeah. Where did you learn to skateboard?
My older brother.
Your older brother?
Yeah.
Number three. I'm just going to follow up on something Meshack said. All skateboard competition is completely segregated between men and women?
Yes. Well, no, actually. There's a lot of male skateboard competitions, but there aren't a lot of female skateboard competitions.
I see. So one, you never compete against men in the same event?
There are some contests that have divisions for girls and boys.
All right, difference of opinion there. Brooke Burns.
Number two, what do your parents think about you skateboarding now?
Well, they think it's a fun hobby, so, but
Even after all
unfortunately,
this?
it's my career, so they have to accept it.
Wow. Number three, how many girls are a part of your skate jam?
Wow, there are so many. I mean, per competition, it's usually about 150, and nationwide, there's like 2,000 people.
Okay, number one, it says here that now it's grown into an international tour. Where was the last place internationally that you skated?
We went to Europe, Paris, France.
All right, fellas, sound of time is up, and it's time for both our studio audience and our celebrity panel to lock in their votes without discussion. Is it number one, number two, or number three? And we'll be right back. We're going to find out how everybody voted and who the real all-girls skate jam founder is right here on To Tell the Truth. Welcome back to Tell the Truth. One of our challenges is the real all-girls skate jam founder, Patty Segovia. We're going to start with Meshack Taylor. Please tell us, sir, who you voted for whom.
Well, thank you, John. Well, I tell you, looking at number 3, I'm getting a model vibe from her. Number 2 and number 1 both have the physicality for it and everything, and you know, and I may be totally off the wall, but I'm just going to go for number 1.
Number 1, all right, Paula Poundstone.
I'll tell you something. I was at a park recently, and perhaps I should recuse myself for this, but I was popping wheelies on my banana bike, and I see number 2.
Greg Cruz.
Yeah. Number 1 and number 3 look like they're total Bettys, but number 2 can shred.
What means this shred? What works?
I would have to go with number 2 as well, only because if they're anything like motocross riders, most of them have piercings, and so I went for number 2.
All right. All right. Votes are in from our celebrity panel. Let's see how our audience voted. Oh. Now there's something about a girl with piercings. All righty. Votes are all in. Time now to find out which one of our players is the real all-girls skate jam founder, Will-A-Reel, Patty Segovia. Please stand up.
I knew we were going to have to separate these two. Move over. Sorry.
Do I have to turn a hose on you?
Jeepers creepers.
No physical restraints.
Someone can't handle failure, John.
It is, you've seen it in the air, and you've seen it on the road. It's now happening in game shows. Game show rage. It's just needs to be contained. Anyway, what an interesting story. That's, you are part of allgirlsskatejam.com. Allgirlsskatejam.com if you need more information about the skate jam. Let's meet our team of imposters first, though. Number 2, you got an awful lot of votes. I think the piercings really swayed them.
Yeah.
Who are you and what do you do?
My name's Lexi Smith, and I actually host comedy showcases throughout the LA area.
Nice to have you with us. And, of course, number 3, just tell us who you are, because you probably have been on half a dozen magazine covers, I'm sure. Right?
My name's Kristen Andriotti, and I'm going to school for radio broadcasting.
You are?
Right.
Are you a model as well? I would assume you were. Thank you for being with us. This is, well, Patty, congratulations to you for having the perseverance to keep this going and originating this area that has been traditionally a male-dominated thing. How many women with you now in your group?
About 50.
Really?
And it's on a quarterly basis, right before the events. But we've calling it the all-girl board jam now, since we added surf and snow. So it's growing bigger and better.
Board jam.
Well, it's a great achievement for you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Continued success. Allgirlsskatejam.com. If you want more information, you have 4 incorrect votes because of all the piercings that are on up there. $4,000 split among the 3 of you. Thank you so much for being with us. Brings us to the end of another To Tell the Truth. Saying goodbye to Meshack Taylor, Paula Poundstone, Greg Cruz, and Brooke Burns. John O'Hurley saying I'll see you next time. I'll be around. To Tell the Truth.
It's America's favorite ball game. Bingo America with Patrick Duffy. Download your card for free at gsn.com. And if your bingo matches our bingo, you can win cash.
B-I-N-G-O.
It's that simple. Watch and play Bingo America tonight at 7, 6 Central, only on GSN.
Well, that's our show for today. I hope you guys see me next time on our Decade Show. Good night, all. This has been a presentation of Adam David Keppel Curry Productions.